welcome to Matsu Miners Baseball. The Chugiak-Eagle River Chinooks and the Matsu Miners, one of the most electric matchups in the ABL this season, so why not play it twice? Charlie Fellows, Dylan Simmons on the call with you here as always. Apologies for all the technical issues, but we should be back on the air, and hopefully people will join soon. And Dylan, we've got a big one planned here for today.
Oh yeah, a couple of big games between the Miners and the Chinooks, and like you mentioned, this first game is going to be very crucial to see how the rest of this season could play out. Matsu with that big 4-3 win last night, and we'll see if they can carry it over into tonight's game.
Yep, the visiting Chinooks, Oliver Dagenhart will lead off with Louis Zuleika, Jordan Jaffe, Jacob Hayes, Jaden Hill, RJ Rickabaugh, Peyton Neiman, Orion Medeiros, and Brady Groves, the 9-man unit for the Chugiak-ER Chinooks. We should be able to get video for you pretty soon. We just had a lot of technical issues going on during the pregame show. We apologize that was unable to be watched by anyone, but we'll be uploading that pregame show to YouTube after the game. Pitch one comes in by Noah Kendrick, and that's flied out to center field. Drake Kerr moves on, and he's got the out. 1 up, 1 down for Kendrick and the Miners in their return to Herman Brothers Field.
Yeah, it's been a long time since Matsu has been at Herman Brothers Field. In fact, if you look back at the calendar, the last home game for Matsu was on July 10th against the Glacier Pilots back on Wednesday. So it's been a long time for the Miners. It's been 9 days, but they are back at home ready to do what they can against the Chinooks. And so far, a good start and early out.
Louis Zuleika, the second baseman, facing off against Kendrick, the man out of Sam Houston State, the 5th member of this order for Matsu. He'll take a ball. This is just a reminder, the first of 2 7-inning doubleheader games that will be played in the confines of Herman Brothers Field today. This first one, a makeup game for a rainout earlier on in the season. That's grounded down the third base line and bobbled by the third baseman Wilcox, and he won't be able to field it. On with an error is Zuleika. Not a great start on the defensive side there for Chase.
Yeah, it was a chopper towards third, and Chase trying to hold on to the baseball, just bobbled it a couple of times. E5 allowing Zuleika to head on to first base, not what Matsu was looking for early on. They were able to avoid a lot of those mistakes in the last 3 games against the Chinooks and Bucks respectively, and they're going to hope that that is an aberration.
Jordan Jaffe, the third baseman, did some damage yesterday in that 4-3 win for the Miners over the Chinooks. Pitch one just missing the zone by Kendrick.
Kendrick coming in with 6 appearances, a 1-2 record, 19 innings pitched, and a 1.89 ERA, 20 total strikeouts. That record inflated by a few different things and a few different factors, but trust me, folks, he is an incredible starting pitcher for the Miners.
1-0, Jaffe spoils that one foul off to the right side. Jordan Jaffe, on the other hand, the most productive hitter for the Chugiak-Eagle River Chinooks. The most extra base hits of anyone in the ABL, and he had that on full display last night with an RBI single. 1-1 from Kendrick. Comebacker up the middle, fielded by the shortstop, steps on second for 1, on to first in time. A nice double play to end the top of the first. We will be right back. We're going to try and get the picture going and have this game resemble a normal broadcast, which it hasn't so far, but the Miners get the Chinooks without a run coming in the top of the first. We'll be right back. You're watching Matsu Miners Baseball on YouTube. And we have picture, ladies and gentlemen. So sorry about that. We're on to the bottom of the first. The technical difficulties look to be behind us, and we can finally get on to broadcasting some Mat-Su Miners baseball. Charlie Fellows, along with Dylan Simmons, who just worked on that tech support right there. We are back on air. We have picture. As many apologies as we can muster for the absolute disaster that was that pregame show in the first inning, but we are back into the swing of things here with the Mat-Su Miners ready to bat against Nolan Livesey. It'll be Drake Kerr, Chase Wilcox, Kyle McCausland, Christian Perez, Dom Parisi, Brandon Durand, Logan Vaughn, Nick Bisaccia, and Riker Scow ready to bat. And Dylan, here we are. We're broadcasting the game. Let's just pretend that never happened.
Yes, we're just going to put that behind us. We're ready to go, and Mat-Su certainly is as well offensively. They finally broke the 3-run threshold yesterday with 4 runs against the Chinooks. That's their first time doing that in 8 games. But this is going to be an interesting matchup against Nolan Livesey, who has 28 2/3 innings pitched on the season, a 5.02 ERA. He has faced the Miners before back on July 2nd. He had 6 innings pitched in that game.
Drake Kerr going to lead off and foul it back off the right side. The everyday leadoff man for the Miners out in his favorite position of center field. Had a sacrifice bunt as well as a single last night. 0-1 missing low.
Yeah, and that last sack bunt definitely helped Mat-Su to get a run on the board early on in that game. Helped Chase Wilcox to eventually get his RBI single last night. And, of course, he had what was basically the sack bunt that set up the Chase Wilcox walk-off RBI double against the Bucks 2 days ago.
260 average coming into today. And Jeanette, I think I agree. The camera saw the sun. We hadn't seen the sun in 2 weeks, and the circuits got scrambled. We're just going to go with that. Maybe the Wi-Fi router had the similar fate, but looking like we're streaming clearly now, and just as I say it as well, that is going to be, it doesn't look as though it has messed up the camera, though. Back into the cage there by Drake Curry. I'm all flustered here, but we're going to get back into the action. This is a very important game for the Miners. 2 games, actually, today. And, of course, we'll be on the air for both. 1-2, missing low. Kerr evening the count.
Kerr currently with 96 at-bats on the season and 25 hits like you talked about. That's the most on the team and tied for 4th in the Alaska Baseball League. 9 RBIs and a .360 on-base percentage.
That's a weak ground ball to third base. Fielded and bobbled again there. That time that was Jordan Jaffe. There is some kind of evil spirit over on the left side of the diamond that is causing the third baseman to not be able to field routine grounders. Drake Kerr's on with an error to start this game.
Yeah, Jordan Jaffe bobbled that baseball, and it looked like a pretty easy one to field. He just couldn't get it properly, and the guy who had an error in the first inning for Mat-Su now, Chase Wilcox, to the plate. Something about that third base bag is giving these infielders trouble.
Wilcox and Jaffe, 2 of the more sure-handed defenders in the ABL as well, so very uncharacteristic of both of them. That pitch is high and tight, caught there by Rickabaugh. Chase Wilcox is the most torrid man on the Mat-Su Miners. In terms of hitting, he is up to .292 on the season. That is 4th highest in the entire ABL. His on-base percentage of .407. I believe that is first.
That is first in the ABL, yes. He is tied with Max Rothwarg atop the totem pole.
1-0, popped him into center field. Coming on are a trio of fielders, and the second baseman calls for it, and he drops it. That goes out of his glove, throws on to second base, and it gets through the shortstop. So just a comedy of errors on both sides for the fielders here. That's the first dropped fly ball I think we've seen all season, and nobody seems to be doing their jobs the correct way here in the early going.
Goodness, an E4 that time. And Zalaika, I don't know if he just lost the baseball or kind of blinked at the last second or what happened, but it went right off of his glove. That's one of the easier plays you'll see, pretty routine in the summer collegiate baseball scene and really all of baseball, and he just couldn't put it in his glove.
Everybody is a little off their game today, and Kyle McCausland going to try and take advantage of that. With 2 men on and none out, Nolan Livesey already in a jam, though not one of his own making. McCausland takes ball 1. He had a big double last night, which led to a run. To snap out of a bit of a cold stretch for him.
Yeah, had a great double last night. He's now got 8 extra base hits on the season. That is easily the most on the Miners. He continues to be their deep threat for the most part.
Runners go. That's inside. Throw goes down to third by Rickabaugh, and that is in time to get Drake Kerr. He got a rough jump, and he is thrown out trying to advance to second base. Wilcox gets himself down to second with defensive indifference, but Drake Kerr is cut down. The Miners have one out.
Yeah, that was a pretty easy read for Rickabaugh. I do like the idea from Drake Kerr and Wilcox that time. Try to steal base and see if you've got an opportunity, but Rickabaugh was not fooled early on. We saw him do similar things last night. Matsu was able to get a couple stolen bases, but not so much here.
2-0 coming from Livesey. And that's hit into right field foul by McCausland. Now has Wilcox on second base and one out. Still a chance to get the Miners on the board here in the bottom of the first. Just a reminder, as viewers are continuing to trickle in here, we had to end that stream and start a new one. But we are on the air now. This is a doubleheader, 2 7-inning games. The first one we've had here in Palmer. That is a ground ball, and that was unlucky. Kyle McCausland hit that one right in the dirt in front of him. Rickabaugh had to pick it up and tag him, and that is an out for him, 2 away.
That's about as unlucky of a hit or attempted hit as you'll see. McCausland just barely got a little bit of it off of his bat. I think he was in that moment thinking, oh boy, please be foul, please be foul, please be foul. It was not a foul ball. Rickabaugh able to get to it in time, and a tough second out.
Christian Perez had a wonderful day with the bat yesterday. 2 singles in huge spots for the Miners. That was coming off a stretch in which he hadn't had a base hit since the 8th of July. But he ended that slump in a big way, and he's looking to keep that hot stretch going. Neither side has a hit yet today, but combined 3 errors through less than a full inning of work.
Perez tied for third in the ABL in RBIs right now with a total of 13. He's, even with the cold stretch, been great.
0-1, wave at and miss.
And you talked about the 2-hit performance he had last night. One of those came in the top half of the 9th inning. That set up Matsu for their eventual run that would win the game. Bring them that 4-3 victory. It was all started by that Perez single.
0-2 by Livesey. Runner goes. That's high. And again, Rickabaugh throwing down the third. That time he gets past the third baseman. Rounding third and coming in to score is Chase Wilcox. And he always seems to be right at the center of important moments like that. He scores the first run of the game. Not an earned run, but a run nonetheless. The Miners will take it 1-0 here in the first.
Yeah, again, another mistake by the Chinooks early on. The defensive execution has just not been there, and Wilcox saying, hey, I'll take this and I'll go score, and that's exactly what he did. Matsu with a 1-0 advantage, and right now Chugiak just can do nothing right defensively.
That is their 3rd error already, and that's a swing and a miss by Christian Perez to end what I can only describe as a cursed first inning from top to bottom. We're going to start with a clean slate in the second, and the Miners certainly do not need a clean slate. They're up 1-0, so they emerged positively from that. I think we've learned that in nonsensical situations like that, the Miners come out on top. On to the second inning of what we hope will be a normal baseball game. You're watching Matsu Miners Baseball on YouTube. Second inning we go in Palmer, Alaska, home of the Matsu Miners. 1-0 the lead after a wild first inning of play on both sides of the ball. But Matsu comes out on top. The Chugiak-Eagle River Chinooks get another chance to bat here in the second frame with Jacob Hayes ready to lead off against Noah Kendrick. And he will take one right down the middle. Hayes, the first baseman, also dabbles in pitching with this team. Had a big double last night that probably came inches away from being a home run.
Yeah, if it hadn't been to dead center field, it probably would have exited the ballpark. And I think if this game was played in Herman Brothers Field, he would have had a homer last night.
Wave at and miss. This game, it is hot out here in Palmer. If you look in the forecast, the weather right now, it'll say that it's only about 67, 68, but there is no wind. It is a clear sky. The sun is beating down, and at least in the press box, as well as the field, as that's fouled back just above the press box. The field as well, it is some serious heat, at least for Alaska. So definitely different from what we're used to in the last couple days.
Yeah, it's been pretty warm today, and considering all the fog and rain, we'll take it.
0-2, got a piece of it there, did Hayes. Coming on, Wilcox, a chance for redemption, and just barely not in time. He had a great play, threw it on to first base, but Hayes was able to outrun it, so he has the first hit of the game for either side, one on in the second.
15th hit of the year for the freshman out of Azusa Pacific, and talked about Wilcox doing what he could to get after that baseball. That was a heck of an effort just to pick it up and throw it close to first, especially off balance. I thought for a second he might be able to get it into Perez, but the speed of Hayes made the difference that time, and that's our first hit of the game.
Now we have Jaden Hill, the center fielder. The last of 3 straight batters to be in with the letter J. Taking a ball from Kendrick. It will be Kendrick in Game 1. We aren't yet aware of who the starter in Game 2 is going to be, but we assume it will be Ryan Peterson. It'll be a Sam Houston show between the two of them.
Always good for us CUSA fans. Love to see that.
Ripped into right field, through the hole for a base hit. So 2 straight singles allowed by Kendrick. It'll be first and second with none out. Once again, the Chinooks threatening.
Well, I didn't love that. It was a ground ball into right that time, right between Bachia and Perez in that 4-3 hole where really nobody could do anything about it. Good work by McCausland to chase after it and make sure that Hayes didn't get any further. But all of a sudden, Chugiak with 2 runners on base, making life tough on Noah Kendrick in this Mat-Su defense.
He'll have to pitch out of the stretch now with the dangerous R.J. Rickabaugh, always one to make the minors pay for any mistakes. He's showing bunt here. Will pull it back and take a ball. Infield is in.
Yeah, you saw the infield corners come up that time. Perez was waiting on it. Wilcox, I'm sure, doing the same. Luckily for them, they didn't have to worry about it yet.
1-0 pitch on the way.
See Kendrick taking his time now, trying to make sure he sizes Rickabaugh up correctly. Watches out for this bunt.
That is bunted out of play off to the left side. We saw a couple wacky bunt moments. We saw 5 sacrifice bunts by the Miners last night and a 6th off of the bat of Drake Kerr that blooped up into the air and right down into no man's land on the infield and gave him a free single.
Yeah, a lot of sack bunts last night, something you just do not see in the major leagues these days. It had a huge effect in that game and really made the difference for Mat-Su. Their execution was superb.
Rickabaugh's been bunting all the way, and I don't blame him. Trying to advance the runners into second and third with 1 out. Or perhaps even load the bases.
Mat-Su's going to have to be ready.
Christian Perez creeping forward to try and combat that. Instead, it'll be another pitch left high, 3-1. Kendrick laboring in the early goings here.
Yeah, Mat-Su's going to have to be ready to execute. If a bunt is delivered, that means that Kendrick and especially Christian Perez are going to have to be ready in case this thing does get laid down.
And that will find the bottom corner of the zone. Noah Kendrick needed that. Came into the day with 8 walks on the season compared to 20 strikeouts. Has not issued one yet here today.
Got it to a payoff pitch and expect we'll see that fastball, which has been getting better.
3-2. High and tight. Ball 4. R.J. Rickabaugh walks to load the bases with nobody out. We were saying before, whenever these teams play each other, it seems like the score gets racked up, especially in the early innings. There have been 12-0 games, 11-8. There was a final of that nature, 10-0. These teams, for whatever reason, hit each other well, and potentially the Chinooks about to get on the board in a big way if Noah Kendrick can't make something happen here against the bottom of the order and Peyton Neiman, along with Orion Medeiros and Brady Grove, 7, 8, 9 due up, and that gets away from Logan Vaughn, so that will score a run. A pass ball gets away from the backstop for Matsu, and that will tie this game up. Runners will advance. It'll be second and third still with nobody out, and a 1-1 ball game. Just a wild sequence all around. This game has not calmed down yet.
Yeah, it has not, and you talked about it. It bounced off of Logan Vaughn that time. The pitch was a little bit low. Logan unable to locate it, and all of a sudden it is a tie game at 1 apiece. And that means that Matsu is going to have to be even more careful, especially with no outs in the spot, or else they're going to fall behind.
That pitch is right down the middle, 1-1. They had to come back from behind yesterday, but it took all 9 innings. This is a 7-inning half of a doubleheader, so they won't be afforded quite that many chances. 1-1. Swung on and dribbled lightly into foul ground. Big conversion there.
You talked about the 7-inning nature of this game and how that doesn't give Matsu as much time to come back. They needed every bit of that 9-inning performance yesterday to get the win. It's finally scored in the top of the 9th to put the game away. But they do not have that luxury against Chugiak in game number 1, making Noah Kendrick's job even more tough.
1-2. Swing and a miss. A huge strikeout. The Texan gets him to go down, and one step closer to escaping this with no further damage.
They say everything's bigger in Texas, and so are the strikeouts. What a great curveball that time on Peyton Niemann, a guy who's not usually known as a hitter. He usually works as a pitcher for the Chinooks, but being used in the DH spot today, and Kendrick caught him.
So it will be one away, still with second and third, so double play is unlikely. But Orion Medeiros will bat now, the right fielder out of Hawaii. And look at one that skips in the dirt. Vaughn made a nice stop, and he's going to go out and talk with Kendrick. Noah came into this game with a 1.89 ERA. That first run was not earned because of the pass ball on Vaughn, but he's still got a couple guys on that he would prefer to leave there. Keep that number down, keep his team in this game.
Yeah, it's all about establishing or reestablishing, so to speak, his command, which he has struggled to gain early on in this spot. But there's still a big opportunity here in the top half of the second to do just that against a guy who we didn't see last night, Orion Medeiros. 40 at-bats on the year and 7 hits.
1-0. Cut and miss.
Medeiros also with a 175 average and 271 on base percentage. One of the better deep hitters. He's got a 300 slugging percentage right now. So he's got extra base ability, and Matsu would definitely not want to see that in this spot.
Does have a home run on the year as well as a pair of doubles. Kendrick going to pitch around him or right through him. Another one. He is turning up the heat all of a sudden, and the Chinooks are having to adjust. So far, they have not.
Yeah, maybe that conversation between Vaughn and Kendrick helps shore things up just a little bit. Seems like Kendrick has reestablished that confidence with his command, and he and Vaughn looking like they're on the same page. A chance at another strikeout right here.
1-2. Swing and a miss. What a conversion by Noah Kendrick to recover from that. Bases loaded, nobody out. He strikes out the next 2, and he is so close to keeping this game tied. All that stands in his way is Brady Groves.
Yeah, Brady Groves coming to the plate, and this is the bottom of the order, the 9-hole hitter for Chugiak. So if Kendrick can retire him, you don't have to worry about the top of the order here in the top half of the second, and especially with those 2 runners on base and both of them in scoring position, it would be even bigger for Matsu.
First offering swung on and missed. That was a breaking ball that time. Groves, the 9-man in this order, 178 on the year, just 4 runs batted in. Has struck out 16 times this season, tied for 3rd most on the squad.
Kendrick is laying in that breaking ball a lot better than he was early on. Seems a lot more, or a lot better overall when it comes to his form.
1-1 here. Still walking a very tightrope. All of this would be for naught if Groves found a base hit right here. Swing and a miss. Foul tip into the mitt that time. That was inside. These Chinooks hitters just floundering, unable to make any solid contact against Kendrick. He flipped the switch during this inning, and he is 1 strike away from completing that system reboot.
If he can get a strikeout right here, it'll be one of the best comebacks we've seen this season.
We'll have to wait at least one more pitch. Low and in, tried to get him to chase on another breaking ball, but he did not.
We saw how crucial Matsu's pitching was last night in these spots. Rocco Bernardina had a couple of times where there were runners on base, and he came through to make sure that nobody from Chugiak scored. That's really what allowed Matsu to come away with that 4-3 win. The timely pitching this season for Matsu has been on point time and time again, and they'll need it here from Kendrick.
Those Bucks games were definitely an exemplar of that as well.
Yes.
The best offense in the ABL held scoreless across 19 straight offensive innings. Not that they didn't have chances.
Especially in that second game. That was where it really came into full perspective for Matsu.
2-2 in the dirt, and it gets away from Vaughn, and that will score the go-ahead run. Coming around to score that time was Jaden Hill, and he was one strike away from getting it. That will not end the plate appearance, as it will be a full count on Groves. But Hill comes in to give the Chinooks a lead, and a lot of wind taken out of the sails of Noah Kendrick.
Yeah, that's the second run the Chinooks have scored in this game that has come on. I believe that was a passed ball that time from my vantage point.
That one was closer to the dirt. I don't know.
May have been a wild pitch.
I believe it was.
We'll call it a wild pitch for now, but either way.
Although it's still unearned because
Right.
he wouldn't have been at third if it hadn't been for that last pass ball. Still, Kendrick, with a big payoff pitch, can end it here. And it's lined, fielded by the shortstop Cochran. Or excuse me, that was Patrizzi throwing on to first, and he will end the inning. So the Chinooks load the bases with nobody out, and they get only 2 runs out of it. All things considered, that's a pretty stellar performance by Kendrick, but it is enough to surrender the lead. Matsu will once again have to play from behind against the Chinooks, but if last night was any indication, that might not be the worst thing for this team, and it definitely won't be the worst thing for you all watching on. Matsu Miners Baseball will return right after this. Bottom of the second, music playing in between these innings. I'm still standing by Elton John. The Miners are still standing despite being down 1 run. This stream is still standing despite the issues we had early on. And all of you on in the chat are still with us. We appreciate each and every one of you. Charlie Fellows, Dylan Simmons on the call, doing our best, fighting through every technical issue in the book to bring Matsu Miners action to you. And it will be Dom Patrizzi to lead things off here in the bottom of the second for Matsu, trying to make it 2 straight innings to score a run and even this game up.
Dom Patrizzi got his 18th RBI of the season last night against Chugiak. That is most in the ABL, and he continues to cruise as of late and getting those runs batted in.
2-0. He was able to draw a bases-loaded walk yesterday in a very pivotal moment of that game against the Chinooks after they made the decision to intentionally walk Christian Perez to load the bases and wound up paying for that. 2-0, inside.
And now he's got a chance to draw a walk here to lead things off in the bottom half of the second. He's drawn 13 on the season. That's second on the team, and he has a great opportunity at number 14.
3 balls and no strikes on the Lehigh Mountain Hawk.
This would be a great way to start things off for Matsu down a run.
And that will be a 4-pitch walk. Nolan Livesey gives Dom Patrizzi a free ride to start the second inning. Matsu, once again, going to have a base runner here.
Well, like we talked about before, Nolan Livesey has struggled against Matsu in the past. Back on July 2nd, he had a really tough time in that 5 earned runs given up performance in 6 innings. Matsu knows how to capitalize on Livesey mistakes, and if they can do that here, they will definitely stay in this game.
Here's Brandon Durand, who will check his swing on a strike He had one of the unluckiest days we saw all season yesterday. A lot of really hard-hit balls that went right into people's gloves or went just to the edge of the foul line. Did manage to get a single late in that game, as that ball is not fielded cleanly by Rickabaugh. Patrizi will stay where he is.
If you'll remember back on that July 2nd game for Brandon Durand, he had a couple of home runs off of Nolan Livesey, and maybe he can do something similar here.
Taking all the way here, 2-1. Brandon Durand today, the designated hitter, with Logan Vaughn behind the dish. 2 home runs on the year for Matsu, the only one with multiple. 2-1, ripped it foul down the left field line. We were talking with some guys on the minors before this game, and the consensus seems to be there might be a home run today.
It feels like there's going to be one eventually that's going to happen in the month of July, and if it is going to happen, I think this guy is a pretty prime suspect to do just that. With his power and his hitting ability, it almost seems like it's inevitable.
2-2 wave at and miss. He was trying to give us one there, but comes up empty. Second K issued by Nolan Livesey, and one away.
That's the 24th strikeout that Durand has taken this year. Very aggressive at the plate. Sometimes that can come back to hurt him, but still a guy who I guarantee you will make a huge impact later.
Logan Vaughn out of Texas A&M Corpus Christi, the catcher who let a couple balls go by him and led to a few Chinooks runs in the top half of this inning, taking a strike. Normally a very good defensive catcher, but I wonder if it does have something to do with the heat here that's got people off their game. I don't know. I'm just speculating.
It's definitely odd for the month of July. It's been really cold and rainy the entire first half of the month, and now all of a sudden you get bright and sunny conditions like it's the middle of June. And maybe it does take you off your game just a little bit. I know if I was out there, I would be absolutely hating this heat right now. I'm not a big fan of it even up here in the press box.
Now, we've been seeing normally very sure-handed defenders, Wilcox, Vaughn, making errors on the field. And the Chinooks had 3 errors in that first inning alone. Logan Vaughn down to his last strike, 1-2, looking for his 3rd hit of the season.
Maybe everybody just went to bed late last night. Didn't get enough sleep.
Could have something to do with it. This is an earlier start time than normal. 1-2 is high.
Logan, a guy who we're happy to see back at the plate. 40 at-bats on the season entering the game. 2 hits, 2 RBIs, and he's forced 8 walks in 2024. Let's see if he can get on base here.
Livesey's 2-2 misses outside, so could be on the verge of walk number 9.
Miners trying to win their 4th consecutive game and then their 5th consecutive game later on. This would be huge for them overall in the ABL standings, and we'll talk more about that later.
Payoff pitch is on the ground to second. This could be 2. Short fields on for 1, throws on to first in time. Logan Vaughn grinds into a double play to end the inning. The Chinooks face the minimum and hold the Miners scoreless here in the 2nd. It'll be 2-1 as we head to the 3rd. You're watching Matsu Miners Baseball here on YouTube.
Welcome back to beautiful Palmer, Alaska. Great to say that once again. Dylan Simmons and Charlie Fellows on the call with you as always. It is a 2-1 game, and the Chugiak-Eagle Chinooks are on top of your Miners at the moment, but Matsu hoping to get back into it with some great defense here in the top half of the third. As we go back to the top of the order for Chugiak, Oliver Dagenhart to lead off, followed by Louis Zalaika and Jordan Jaffe, 1-2-3. Noah Kendrick still on the mound.
The three batters you will see here, you will be seeing for the first time, and I mean seeing in the literal sense because they were behind the technical difficulties screen in the top of the first. Dagenhart flied out to center field to open the game.
0-1 count. Here's a ground ball to short, picked up by Patrizzi, thrown on to first, and he got it there in time. That's a 6-3 put out, one away.
That's the second straight put out that Patrizzi has made. Going back to the second inning, he had a couple otherworldly defensive plays yesterday, and perhaps the best defensive play he made wasn't even a catch, where he jumped about 4 feet into the air to knock down a line drive. Nearly got it in his glove, but still kept the runners from advancing, which ended up costing the Chinooks a run.
Curveball by Kendrick. Count will go to 1-0, and I didn't put it in the highlight reel. I forgot to, and now I'm upset about it because it was one of the most sensational jumping jobs you'll ever see. It looked like he was on a pogo stick out there in right center.
Dylan, if it's any consolation, I don't think anyone saw the highlight reel anyway.
Well, that's true. You can always catch it on our YouTube channel if you want to get more in depth, but for that play, you're going to have to look over our full YouTube live stream from last night.
And we are going to upload today's pregame show to YouTube after this game because we want everyone to be able to watch those and see the interviews we do.
This is going to be a fly ball deep to left field going back, and it's going to be off of the wall. Going on to second now, and with a stand-up double is Louis Zalaika as Riker Scow watched that sail over his head.
Zalaika needed an error from Wilcox to make it on back in the first, but that one was all him. Hit that one off the wall. The way Riker Scow was going back and left, I thought that might go over the fence for a second, but luckily it stayed in the yard. But that will be a man in scoring position once again for Noah Kendrick to deal with.
So Jordan Jaffe onto the plate now for the Chinooks. That baseball traveled a long distance before clanging off of the wall. You see Kendrick and Logan Vaughn exchanging some information. Jaffe to the plate. Matsu trying to keep this game at 2-1, but Louis Zalaika throwing a wrench into those plans. Jaffe making his second plate appearance. All of that with one out.
And he grounded into a double play back in the first, so.
Pitch by Kendrick. This is going to be a fly ball into left center field now. Racing after it is Kerr, and he will make the catch at the deepest part of left center. Throws on to second to make sure that Zalaika does not advance. That's 2 down.
Yeah, we're seeing the ball go a long way here in the early goings. It's a clear day, very little wind. It's warmer, no rain is messing with it, so we're going to see the hits carry further than we have in a while here today. So strap in, everybody.
So now we'll see Jacob Hayes make his way to the plate with 2 down. Matsu getting some fortunate outs here. And now we'll see if they can get another one on Hayes to keep the score 2-1. Kendrick has been using the breaking ball quite a bit lately. Might try it again. There is the curve, and it's going to be low, ball 1.
Hayes led off that second inning with a single. Came in to score on a pass ball.
Count at 1-0. Noah Kendrick just trying to make sure he can keep his command. And this is inside but in. Count goes to 1-1. Just fit that on the inside part of the plate. Looking strike on Hayes. And a 1-1 count for Matsu. Currently sitting at third in the ABL standings. We'll have more on that in just a moment. All the standings action around the Alaska Baseball League coming up shortly. 1-1 count. This is a ball that is flown out to left field. Scow is back towards the wall, and he does make the catch with his glove hand. Couple of outfield outs for Matsu, and Noah Kendrick and the Miners able to hold the Chinooks at bay despite a Louis Zalaika double. We're not going to go to break. We are going to now look at the ABL standings. Let's take a look and see who's doing well in the Alaska Baseball League at the moment.
Yeah, the Anchorage Bucks still leading the way as they have for most of this season at 18-9. The Peninsula Oilers are 16-12. They're in action today, and we'll keep you updated on that one. That game isn't going to start until 6 Alaska time, but when it does, that will be one to keep your eye on. They are 2.5 games back of the Bucks, just 1 game up on Matsu at 15-13, winners of 3 in a row, trying to vault themselves back into second place in the ABL. The Glacier Pilots, who the Oilers are playing against tonight at 11-16, they are coming off 6 games off due to rainouts and scheduling quirks that happened earlier in this week. And Chugiak-Eagle River, 8-18, riding a 5-game skid. Miners going to make it hope to make that 7 by the end of the day today.
That will be the idea for Mat-Su, and if they can win both of these games, like we've talked about before, and Peninsula was to lose tonight, they would vault into that second place spot in the ABL standings. So a lot riding on these 2 games today here in Palmer as Nolan Livesey makes his way back to the mound, about to start the bottom half of the 3rd inning. It'll be Nick Bachia, Riker Scow, and Drake Kerr to lead off. 8-9-1 for Mat-Su, still down 2-1, but very much in striking position.
And all the Miners need to do is win one of these 2 games to set up tomorrow's matchup against Peninsula at 4 p.m. Alaska Daylight Time here at Herman Brothers Field. The last time the 2 teams will play each other in the regular season, that game would be for second place in the ABL, at least at that moment. And more importantly, that game would be for the tiebreaker. If Mat-Su wins that game, they would be 6-4 against Peninsula on the season, and they wouldn't need to worry about having to go down to Kenai if the 2 teams finish tied.
So we'll see how it all shakes out throughout the course of the day. But as for now, it's time for the bottom half of the 3rd as Nick Bachia makes his way to the plate. I want to give a quick shout out to Mr. Calvin LeBrun, younger brother of Ty LeBrun, the head coach for Mat-Su, a former southpaw that some of you might remember on the Mat-Su Miners. He was a he delivered the first pitch and was an all-decade pitcher for the Miners out of Gonzaga, all-decade team in 2010 through 2019, so he is a legend with the Mat-Su Miners and got an opportunity to throw out a first pitch today.
Bachia was showing bunt there. He's been the winning run in both of the Miners' last 2 one-run games.
That he has. Count goes to 1-1 here for Bachia. And like you've talked about, he's been a great base runner for Mat-Su as of late. This is going to be fouled off. Count will be 1-2.
Yeah, he's oftentimes subbed into games late as a defensive substitution because of his excellent defense at third base, and also as a pinch runner, which is what happened last night. He came in for Christian Perez. Back on Wednesday, he was the ghost runner in that sudden death finish.
Lets this go by. It's just outside for ball number 2. He was a pinch runner on Wednesday's game against the Anchorage Bucks and was able to come home off the bat of Chase Wilcox and an RBI double. This is fouled into the cage. Count will be 2-2. So far this year, Bachia with 53 at-bats, 11 hits, 5 RBIs, a .208 batting average, and 7 walks forced. The 2-2. And that's low for ball 3. Good take by Bachia, lets it go by, and now he's got a chance at a payoff pitch.
We're happy to see more and more of you joining the stream. Please tell all your friends that we're back up. The original stream had to get taken down, but this one is going strong.
3-2, and that's in the zone for a strikeout. And Bachia was already starting to stroll his way on to first, but he's going to have to instead stroll his way to the dugout.
Yeah, tough to avoid that one. That was the first at-bat Nick Bachia has had in a while, and a bit of an unceremonious return, but if he takes that pitch 9 times out of 10, he might draw ball 4.
He did not on that occasion. That'll send on Riker Scow, who's pretty good at drawing walks in his own right. He's drawn a total of 11 of those on the season. Lets this go by for a strike. Another looking strike for Livesey. Count goes to 0-1. Scow, the freshman out of BYU. This is fouled off. Count goes to 0-2 as it went towards the right side. The sun very bright today. Going to make it tough for some of these infielders and outfielders as we progress throughout the game. It's making it even tough on myself to see the baseball at some points. The 0-2, this is a little outside for ball 1.
Yeah, Scow is excellent at taking those pitches like you mentioned. One of the best eyes of anyone on the Miners.
The 1-2, and a swing and a miss. Scow retired on strikes. A very unusual strikeout for Riker Scow. He, most of the time, is pretty good at plate discipline, but Livesey got him that time. That'll send on Drake Kerr.
Unfortunately, I'm not always as prophetic as I might sound.
It's all right. We can't all be Nostradamus. We just got to do what we can do to make the future as good as we can. There's your life lesson for the day. Drake Kerr to the plate. He will swing and miss at this one. May have made a little bit of contact, but either way, it's going to be an 0-1 count.
Kerr was the first of 2 straight batters that started this game by reaching on errors. For Kerr, it was an error on the third baseman.
He has twice had 3-hit performances. He had 3 hits in game number 1 of the season against these Chinooks. Lays down a bunt here. This is going to be a fair ball. The third baseman throws on to first base, and he didn't get there in time. Kerr able to leg out a single, and it was a dandy along the third base line.
Been a while since we'd seen him do that. We'd seen a couple little bloop bunt singles that have caused him to get on base, some errors as well, but that was just a classic single that he manufactured out of thin air. It's also the first hit allowed by Livesey. He was hitless through the first time through the order, and a good sign for Mat-Su here.
Jordan Jaffe, the third baseman, did what he could to get that ball to first base. We saw a similar situation earlier with Chugiak laying down a bunt. Chase Wilcox with almost the same style of play. He couldn't get it to first either. Kerr laying down the bunt, and now Chase Wilcox to the plate. Count goes to 1-0. Let's see if he can keep his torrid hot streak alive. He fouls this one off. Count will be 1-1. Chase Wilcox, like we've said before, entered this game with a 407 on base percentage, Top in the Alaska Baseball League, a 292 average, which is number 4 in the ABL. 21 total hits. He wants number 22 right here, as that's a throw from Livesey on to first. Unable to do anything with Kerr.
Wilcox reached on that error, got to second on defensive indifference, stole third, got to home on an error.
Kerr at first base. Wilcox trying to get back on base. And another foul ball. Count is going to be 1-2. Chase Wilcox trying to keep his hot streak alive and trying to send Kerr, who represents the tying run, to home plate. Like we said before, Mat-Su trying to win their 4th consecutive game. They've only done that, I believe, one other time this season. It would be a heck of a story if they could get to 4 straight wins and would put them right back in the conversation among the ABL's best. The 1-2, Kerr's going. This is going to be popped into the air, into foul ground. Chasing after it is Rickabaugh. And it's going to be on the cage. Did he make the catch?
We could not see that.
We couldn't see, but apparently he did make the catch out of our line of sight. Wilcox is very confused by the call, kind of just standing around wondering what's going on. Tyler Brunn didn't agree.
It sounded to me like the ball went off the cage and
right,
then into his glove.
And I think that's what Tyler Brunn's going to argue here. We'll get all this sorted out as soon as we can, but we'll be right back. You're watching Mat-Su Miners Baseball on YouTube. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to beautiful Herman Brothers Field in Palmer, Alaska. Dylan Simmons, Charlie Fellows on the call. It is the top half of the 4th inning, and the Chugiak-Eagle Chinooks on top of your Miners by a score of 2-1. We saw a strange ending in the bottom half of the 3rd inning, but they ruled that R.J. Rickabaugh did make that catch. We couldn't actually see what was going on. It's down out of our line of sight. The best way we can explain it is there's a roof that kind of hangs over the stands, and that obscured our vision of that baseball. But the umpire made the call. Now we start things in the top of the fourth. This pitch outside by Kendrick. Jaden Hill to the plate, count at 1-0.
Yeah, not quite over, just like right up to it. There's a lot of foul territory that you can't see on the camera, and we can't see it either.
This is going to be a foul ball, and it'll land somewhere in the concourse area. Count goes to 1-1 for Hill. Matsu with one total hit thus far in the game as Wolfgang Winter makes an announcement about skateboards.
Can't have them.
Can't have them in the ballpark. No skateboards, no X Games stuff at Herman Brothers Field. This pitch is low for ball number 2.
I believe there's a skateboard park at Lee Jordan Field in Chugiak.
That's right, there is. If you look right to the right of the parking lot, you can find it. It's an interesting setup. 2-1 count. This is going to be a foul ball on the left side. Wilcox is racing after it, but it's going to be unplayable. It lands in the stands, and the count is going to be 2-2.
Jaden Hill with a single back in the second inning. Scored Chugiak's second run, and thus far their last.
For Matsu, I think they've got to feel good in some respect that this is not a more inflated lead than in what it already is at 2-1. Count is 2-2, pitched by Kendrick. This is going to be a ground ball to second, picked up by Bachia, thrown on to first, an easy 4-3, one down.
Yeah, the Miners just hoping to repeat what happened last night, where there's one kind of blow-up inning. That time it was Rocco Bernardino allowing 3 runs, and then you just buckle down from there. You can allow some base runners, but just don't allow any more runs. Give the offense a chance to claw back into this game. Like I talked about before, with this 7-inning style of the doubleheader, it's going to be a little bit more difficult, but this offense definitely capable of doing that, and a 1-run deficit so much less daunting than 2 or more.
R.J. Rickabaugh will foul this one off. Count goes to 0-1. Matsu entering this game with a 15-13 record overall on the season, a .208 team batting average, which is currently last in the ABL, but that stat does not tell the entire story of this offense. They've also got 187 hits, which is tied for second place. They haven't always made contact, but when they have, it's been very significant and very useful. And they have found a way to come away with wins, which is why they have a winning record this season. This pitch is going to be low for ball 2, and of course that great pitching has also helped them along. Got the best team ERA in the ABL at 2.62. The 2-1. This is going to be a fly ball into shallow left field. Racing after it is the shortstop Patrizi. He makes the catch, and that is out too.
I like this from Noah Kendrick after he kind of was allowing a lot of ground balls and little bloops into the shallow outfield. He's throwing it a little bit higher in the zone, and that's coaxing a lot of pop-ups, people just getting under it, and those are much easier for the defenders to field. So that is a much more sustainable strategy for him. You know, he's just like everyone else in this order. You want those to fill up those strikeouts when you're watching Jack Hostetler and Ryan Peterson get, 10, 12 strikeout games, but there are different ways to win a ball game, and Noah Kendrick has found the way that works.
Looking strike here on the fastball by Kendrick, bringing the count to 0-1. He struck out Neiman his last time up, and he gets strike 2 here. Great curveball.
Yeah, just with all that said, strikeouts are still nice because they don't even allow the possibility of fielding to come into play. They call them 3 true outcomes for a reason.
They are the best thing possible for a pitcher. Now the 0-2, and that is high for ball 1. Vaughn able to bring it in.
Peyton Neiman has just 2 at-bats on the season coming into today, hitless in them.
Which could benefit Matsu, give an opportunity at an out. That is inside for ball number 2.
And with that strikeout, he is now 0 for 3 on the season. Has drawn 2 walks and been hit by a pitch.
That success may have something to do with why he's in the lineup to start this game. 2-2 count, and this is going to be a foul ball. Count will stay the same. Noah Kendrick and the Miners have given up 2 runs in this game, but both of them have come off of either a wild pitch or a passed ball. No RBIs yet for the Chinooks. Matsu kind of just getting in their own way, so to speak, but they can amend that soon. Swing and a miss. Noah Kendrick with the strikeout. And they are not like him. Noah Kendrick able to get the K. That'll bring us to the bottom half of the 4th inning. Score still 2-1, Chugiak on top, but Mat-Su is trying to get back into it. We'll be right back. You're watching Miners Baseball on YouTube. Welcome back to Palmer, Alaska. Dylan Simmons, Charlie Fellows on the call. It is a 2-1 game, and the Mat-Su Miners on top of the Chugiak-Eagle Chinooks. We are going to see if Mat-Su can either actually make the comeback. They're down 2-1 to Chugiak. Misspoke earlier. Kyle McCausland to the plate. McCausland, Perez, and Patrizzi to lead off 3-4-5.
Definitely the part of the order you want.
Here's a fly ball into right field. Racing after it and making the catch in right center is Jaden Hill. One down.
Got excited there for a bit.
Yeah,
Whenever McCausland tags one a long way, you lean in a little bit from your chair.
Yeah, that looked very solid off of the bat. Just didn't quite get the clearance in the outfield. That'll send on Christian Perez to the plate. After the fly out from McCausland. Christian working in his usual spot as the cleanup hitter for the Miners. Here's a swing and a miss. Count goes to 0-1.
Perez had that swinging K in the first inning to end that nonsensical frame.
Coming off the 2-hit performance last night against Chugiak, this comes in low for ball number 1. He was on a torrid hot streak to start off the year. He was arguably the best batter that Mat-Su had, and he still has that ability to just go off in a game. Swings and misses here on this breaking ball, and the count goes to 1-2.
Yeah, he's been doing that a lot lately. Definitely trying to kickstart his bat to get back to where it was in the first part of this season when he was leading the ABL in batting average.
The 1-2. Check swing, and that's going to be called for a strike, and that will retire Perez and get out number 2 here in the bottom half of the 4th. Christian laid off of it, and it cost him.
Yeah, it looked to me like he did barely go around on that swing. The third base umpire did agree, unfortunately. 5 strikeouts now for Nolan Livesey. Just 1 hit and 1 walk. He has been solid as ever. Of course, pitched a hitless start last time he...
Patrizzi will foul this one back on the right side. Count goes to 0-1.
Last time he was here at Herman Brothers Field, that 1-0 loss. Probably the low point of the season for Mat-Su.
Patrizzi and Mat-Su trying to put that game behind them. Swing and a miss here on a low pitch. Count goes to no balls and 2 strikes. And remember, this is just a 7-inning game, so Mat-Su just does not have the same time that they would have in a normal game to come back. This is going to be a fly ball into center. Hill won't have to move much, though, and he'll make the catch for out number 3. So Mat-Su gets 1-2-3'd by Chugiak, and the score will remain 2-1 Chinooks on top. We'll be right back for the top half of the 5th inning. You're watching Mat-Su Miners Baseball right here on YouTube. Welcome back to Palmer, Alaska. Dylan Simmons, Charlie Fellows on the call. It is the top half of the 5th inning, and the Chugiak-Eagle River Chinooks on top of your Miners by a score of 2-1. Orion Medeiros on his way to the plate. Noah Kendrick still on the mound. Mat-Su is in another slugfest with Chugiak, something that they are very accustomed to as of late, trying to grind out a win. Here's the pitch by Kendrick, and that is going to be a strike. Count goes to 0-1. Or no, they're going to call it a ball. I thought for sure that was going to be in the zone, but the home plate umpire decided to look at the first base umpire, and he called it outside the zone.
Looked like it might be on the bottom edge of the zone there.
This is going to be a foul ball. Count goes to 1-1 as it drifted along the left side.
Medeiros also struck out against Kendrick. He's got 3 in the game.
Kendrick trying to add to that collection here in this frame. Inside curveball, and that's ball 2. Medeiros just watching it go by.
Kendrick with a strong start by all metrics, except, of course, for the runs, though neither of those were earned.
Now a 2-1. This ball is popped up and fouled. Somebody in the stands can go get themselves a souvenir. Count will be 2-2.
Doesn't feel quite the same without the glass shattering effect. There are a lot of fans here today. Of course, a Saturday, very sunny. Got a pair of games, and it's a free day here at Herman Brothers Field.
The 2-2, and that is outside for ball 3.
Not to mention the fact that this is the first game the Miners have played here in Palmer in about a week and a half.
Yep, haven't played in 9 days. It was July 10th against the Pilots, the last time they played at Herman Brothers Field. That is high for ball 4. Leadoff walk for Orion Medeiros, and the Chinooks with a runner aboard.
First walk issued by Kendrick, actually the second, check it. Will bring Brady Groves to the plate. Hit a grounder to short. His first time up, that was in the 2nd inning. To end that threat, leave 2 men in scoring position.
Yeah, Brady Groves, the freshman out of Youngsville, New York. Oberlin College is where he plays. Showing bunt here. He's going to lay one down. That's fair. Racing after it, throwing on to first, and getting him is Logan Vaughn. Great work by him to get out number 1.
Yeah, the sack bunt does its job, but that was a great play by Logan Vaughn. You know, we weren't kidding when we said he is an excellent defensive catcher, great at throwing runners out, and great at scramble plays like that, knowing exactly where to throw it to. Perez was ready at first as well. That was a good pickup and a big first out.
Oliver Dagenhart now comes to the plate, and we're back to the top of the order for Chugiak. Mat-Su trying to give their offense a chance by limiting this Chugiak attack. Their offense is about middle of the road in the ABL statistically, but every time they play the Miners, they seem to pack an especially powerful punch. They give Mat-Su their best shot as the count goes to 0-1 on a looking strike from Kendrick.
Dagenhart is 0 for 2, a fly out and a ground out. Could be a prime target for a second out here with a man in scoring position.
94 at-bats entering the game, 23 hits and 11 RBIs. Here's a ground ball. It goes past Kendrick. The shortstop, Patrizi, picks it up and throws on to first. And he was able to get him in time. Good work by Dom Patrizi. That one in between the legs of Kendrick, but Patrizi was not fooled.
Yeah, that was pretty fortuitous, actually, that went perfectly through the legs of Kendrick. You see that a lot where they try reflexively to get a glove on it, and they just wind up, you know, hitting it off course, and it becomes unfieldable. But that time, a little bit of luck. Patrizi runs in, throws on. And just like I said, the runner gets down to third on that, but 2 outs. Kendrick can't escape.
As Louis Zalaika makes his way to the plate, Noah Kendrick trying to retire this side. This ball is popped up and fouled. Count will be 0-1 for Zalaika. Medeiros now at third, like you were talking about. Chugiak trying to increase their lead to 3-1. Remember, they had a 3-1 advantage last night against Mat-Su, and the Miners were able to overcome that. But with how late we are into this 7-inning affair, that would not be wise for Mat-Su. 0-1 count. Pitch on the way from number 32. This is popped up left side along the left field line. Racing after it is Patrizi, and he makes the catch on his knees. And that is a big out number 3 for Mat-Su. A big one for Don Patrizzi as well, and that'll bring us to the bottom half of the 5th inning. Mat-Su still down 2-1 at Chugiak, but hanging around and giving them some trouble. We'll see if the Miners can tie this game or maybe take the lead. We'll be right back to Palmer. You're watching Mat-Su Miners Baseball on YouTube. Welcome back to Palmer, Alaska. We are live in the Valley once again. Dylan Simmons, Charlie Fellows on the call with you for game number 1 of today's doubleheader against the Chugiak-Eagle Chinooks. Mat-Su Miners Baseball on YouTube. Brandon Durand to the plate. Miners down 2-1 to the Chugiak-Eagle Chinooks. Durand will swing and miss at this one. Count goes to 0-1.
Durand, first of 3 out of 4 batters the first time through the order. The 6 through 9 stretch were struck out by Livesey. Durand, one of those.
That is strike 2 on a looking strike from Durand. Livesey now approaching 60 pitches for the game. But still in there, still fighting against the Mat-Su order. Pitch to Durand is outside for ball 1.
Once again, similar to that Wednesday game against the Bucks, the Miners get that one run in the first inning and then struggle to create anything after that.
And he swings and misses at this one. That's a strikeout. Durand retired on strikes quickly. Again, very aggressive at the plate, and he can't get it to work out.
Second of the day for him, 6 for Livesey, and the Chinooks really needed to see a performance like this out of their starting pitcher because their bullpen is absolutely gutted. What we saw last night, the relievers they had to use in that game got left out when they were clearly gassed in the 9th inning.
Logan Vaughn will swing one towards third. Throw on to first will be in time for a 5-3 ground out. Jordan Jaffe and Jacob Hayes on the case.
Yeah, that was well hit by Vaughn. If that had been a little bit better placed, that easily would have gotten through for a base hit, but unfortunately for him, went right into the glove of the third baseman Jaffe, so he'll have to try again later.
Nick Bachia to the plate, out number 2 now in the bottom half of the 5th inning. Mat-Su just trying to get some traction on offense. This Chugiak defense has stymied them for the last little bit. After that first inning disaster with those 3 errors, the Chinooks have been a lot better when it comes to execution as of late. 1-0 count. That curveball is low for ball number 2. Bachia, the number 8 man in the order, he will be followed by Riker Scow. If Scow can make it through, that would send us back to the top of the order with Drake Kerr. This is fouled off. Count will be 2-1.
Bachia struck out looking, Scow swinging. First 2 outs of that 3rd inning, and Mat-Su's going to need some production here from the bottom of the order. Bachia has been right at the center of the action the last couple games, but not with his bat.
Here's a fly ball deep into left field. This one back towards the wall, and it is gone. Wow, Nick Bachia with a home run, a steamer into left that has tied this game.
Clear the deck, cannonball coming. The Seton Hall Pirate goes yard for the first time this season. What an incredible turn of events.
Who could have seen that coming? We were waiting for a home run in this game, and Nick Bachia with a solo home run shot into left. How about this one? And we are tied at 2.
You know who could have seen it coming, Dylan? Kyle McCausland. We were talking to him before the game. He knew there was going to be a home run today, and we got to start going to him for more advice.
Riker Scow to the plate all of a sudden. This game is completely turned on its head. We were waiting for one of those big shots, and Mat-Su delivers it at one of the most opportune times of the game. Now a 1-0 count. New life for the Miners. This is a ground ball to third. Jaffe will pick it up and throw on to first for a 5-3 ground out. But the highlight of the inning, Nick Bachia with a solo home run shot into left field, and we are tied up in Palmer. 2-2. That'll bring us to the top half of the 6th. Charlie Fellows will take you the rest of the way home. You're watching Mat-Su Miners Baseball right here on YouTube.
On to the 6th inning we go, and I've inherited a very different game than I thought I was going to, thanks to Nick Bachia. Goes yard for the first time, not only for the Mat-Su Miners, that is his first home run dating back to his Seton Hall days as well. So an absolute stunner here in Mat-Su to give the Miners their tied game back, and Noah Kendrick has new life as he tries to pitch the Miners to a win here today with just 2 frames left to go in regulation. He'll have Jordan Jaffe, Jacob Hayes, and Jaden Hill, the Triple J part of the order for Chugiak-Eagle River. He's working quickly here. That's spoiled into right field. Giving chase here is Perez in foul territory, and he's got it right on the edge of the grass. 1 away.
Good work by Perez to locate that baseball in foul territory. Had to go pretty far towards the gravel that time, but able to come up with it, and a good out for Mat-Su to start things off in the top of the 6th.
Father of Luke Smith, we need you to say Miner Magic more often than the chat, because I saw that show up and literally 5 seconds later the home run happened. So, also, Dylan, you know his name, right? So I don't have to keep calling him that.
Mr. Smith.
Mr. Smith.
Yes.
Well, we'll go with Mr. Smith. That's a little bit less weird. Here's 1 out for Jacob Hayes, who takes one right down the middle. Mr. Smith, if you'd care to provide us with
I don't think I ever asked him what his first name was. He may have shared it with me, but I'm going to be honest, sir. I think I've forgotten it, so.
You're a staple in the chat. We love to see you every game, and I don't want to have to call you silly things like that. If you prefer Mr. Smith, that's great, too. That one skips in the dirt, 1-1. Hayes had a single back in the 2nd, a fly out in the 3rd against Noah Kendrick, trying to go 6 innings strong, and he waved and missed at that one. That might have been a hit by pitch if he hadn't gone around.
Yeah, that was very close to getting him in the right shoulder, it looked like. Decided to swing on it, and I think that was a bit of a mistake, giving Kendrick and Mat-Su a bit more of an opportunity here. If they can get through Hayes, that brings them to the middle part of the order, which hasn't had a lot of success for Chugiak, and could be crucial for Mat-Su to keep this game tied. And that's very advantageous, especially heading into that final 7th inning.
2-1, just low. Hayes was able to lay off it, the first baseman for Mat-Su. Or, excuse me, for Chugiak. Now a 2-2 from Kendrick. Wave out and miss. Another breaking ball way outside the zone. That is K number 4 for Noah Kendrick. And quick 2 outs here in the 6th. He is cruising more and more, it seems, as the game goes on.
What a nice breaking ball by Noah Kendrick that time. A little bit low, able to catch Hayes, who decided to swing at it, and there was just no way he was making contact. That's such a hard pitch to do anything with, and Noah Kendrick showing you why.
Jaden Hill had a single in the 2nd as well, also popped out to short, and he'll look at his strike. It's interesting, that trend we've seen the last few games where the pitchers for Mat-Su seem to settle in as the game goes on. It happened with Rocco yesterday, and it's happening here with Kendrick today. 0-1, and the other half of that as well is he hasn't allowed an earned run yet. He has only surrendered 3 hits. Both of the runs that have scored have been because of pass balls and errors and other nonsense like that. but he has been stellar nonetheless. 1-1 is low. It'll be Hill and then Rickabaugh due up with a walk today. By and large, the lineup for Chugiak has been relatively quiet, especially considering they are playing the minors. That typically seems to awaken something in them that isn't typically there. That is popped into shallow left field. Patrizzi giving chase, as well as left fielder Scow, and he'll take it for out number 3. A 1-2-3 frame for Noah Kendrick. He continues to cruise, and he's got his team at 2-2 tied up here. The end of this game is going to be something special, and you won't want to miss it, so stay right here. Mat-Su Miners Baseball on YouTube will return. To the bottom of the 6th inning here in Palmer. Mat-Su Miners, Chugiak-Eagle River Chinooks knotted up at 2, and if this game is any indication compared to the 3 games we've seen already this week, it is going to be close, and typically, lately at least, the Miners tend to win those.
They have been very good in close games. You brought up that stat in the pregame, 6-2 in one-score games over the last 8. They've won 3 consecutive one-run games. Maybe they can do that again.
The pregame, of course, that no one saw, so thanks for bringing that stat up.
Yes.
It will be the top of the order, Drake Kerr, Wilcox, and Kyle McCausland. Kerr had a single in the 3rd, reached on an error in the 1st.
And do you think Drake decides to go for the bunt here? If he gets on base, he certainly would open up a window for Mat-Su, but
it's worked already today.
Yes.
So you wonder if they might be wise to it. No, instead he's going to be swinging away, and he's going to pop up on the infield. Dagenhart has it. A quiet out 1. Kerr fails to reach for the first time today.
Yeah, Dagenhart able to locate that one pretty easily. Drake trying to swing on it, and I think you're right. Them being wise to the bunt probably made Drake second guess using it. Decided to swing at it, and Chugiak was ready.
So now we have Chase Wilcox, also reached on an error, scored in the 1st as well. Also hit that strange, controversial pop-up to the catcher R.J. Rickabaugh that he allegedly caught right at the base of the chain link fence. Swings through that pitch right there. 0-1.
Livesey now approaching 70 pitches for the game. He's already been in for 5 1/3, and Chugiak has left him out there. We were talking about it in the break. It looks like they're going to ride with him probably until this game ends.
Wave out and miss there. Chase Wilcox with a nice little 4-game hitting streak going, dating back to the 11th of July. He's got multi-hit games in 3 of those, so that is hanging in the balance here. 0-2 is outside. You know, barring a miraculous Miners rally, it's unlikely that he will bat again in this game. It's unfortunate that he would lose it in a 7-inning game, but those are the rules. 1-2. Cut and miss. Foul tip into the mitt. Rickabaugh has it. And down goes Wilcox on strikes. That'll be K number 7 for Livesey. 2 away.
Just about got it with the end of his bat that time. Made a little bit of contact, but not enough to send it anywhere. That's a tough strikeout against a guy who's been so great for Mat-Su, especially in the late moments of a game. Somebody else is probably going to have to be the hero today.
Kyle McCausland could be a candidate, and he'll get under that one into left field, swinging out the first pitch, and Brady Groves has it in his glove. Another very quick 1-2-3 innings. So if the Mat-Su Miners are going to win this game, it will be in walk-off fashion. We're on to the 7th inning, which will be the final in regulation of this first leg of the doubleheader here today. Don't go anywhere. Mat-Su Miners Baseball on YouTube, coming right back. To the top of the 7th. Mat-Su hoping this will be the last inning in which they pitch. And Noah Kendrick going for the, we'll call it a junior complete game. 7 innings in the doubleheader. He has allowed just 2 hits, he has allowed 3 hits, struck out 4, walked 2 runs, although neither were earned. Facing off against Rickabaugh, Neiman, and Medeiros to get the inning to the bats with a chance to walk it off in the bottom of the 7th. Pitch 1 is low for Rickabaugh, who has drawn a walk and popped out so far today.
Rickabaugh entering this game with 56 at-bats, 11 hits, the most RBIs on the team at 12. He represents a very tough challenge for Noah Kendrick and the Miners to lead off in the top half of the 7th. But if you can get past him, that is a prime chance for Mat-Su to keep the score at 2-2.
2-0 on the way and popped up into foul ground, twisting Wilcox. And he will make the grab. Another foul out. The Miners have had a few of those in this game, and they certainly appreciate that. A quick first out.
That's a good break against Rickabaugh, and great work by Chase Wilcox to get underneath that baseball, located it in time. It's so hard with this sun beaming down to see where the baseball's at, and Wilcox able to find it in the nick of time, get a big first out.
Peyton Neiman has struck out twice, both swinging against Noah Kendrick. Still looking for the first hit of his season. And he'll hit this one into center field, dropping down and right into the glove of Drake Kerr. He will not get it. That was only 3 pitches between those 2 at-bats. Noah Kendrick continuing to speed up.
And I love it. Mat-Su's keeping all the momentum on their side right now. They are not allowing Chugiak even a chance to get anything off. And Mat-Su has got a chance to end this quickly against Medeiros. Let's see if Kendrick can get one more strikeout or maybe something else.
A walk and a strikeout so far today for Orion Medeiros, who takes one inside. The right fielder out of Hawaii.
Mat-Su's trying to move to 4-2 against Chugiak with a win today. This would also be their second win against them at home.
1-0 lined into the second baseman's glove, throwing on and into first in time for another 1-2-3 inning. Noah Kendrick is perfect his 3rd time through the order, the opposite of what normally happens, but this Mat-Su Miners pitching staff has been defying norms all season long. We're headed to the bottom of the 7th with the Miners a chance for their 2nd walk-off win of the week, and you won't want to miss it. Tell all your friends, get them to come into this stream. Mat-Su Miners Baseball on YouTube. this season, the Matsu Miners have walked a game off 10-0 via the run rule. They have walked a game off on the road via the sudden death overtime rule. They have not walked a game off in the traditional sense at home with a winning run in the closing stages of the game. That might be about to change, ladies and gentlemen. Christian Perez, Dom Patrizzi, Brandon Durand in the bottom of the 7th in the first leg of this Herman Brothers Field doubleheader. With Nolan Livesey on to continue his bid for a complete game. The Chinooks do not have any activity in their bullpen. They're going to ride it out with him. He's allowed just 2 hits, but one of them a home run to Nick Bachia, and another one of those would end the game right now. 1-1 on Christian Perez, who is 0 for 2 with a pair of Ks. And Dylan, we keep on getting more and more dramatic endings this week. I don't know how they could possibly top it.
I think that in terms of dramatic finishes, this game is definitely going to be up there at the rate we're going. We've seen so many great finishes all the way through this week, and Christian Perez may have an opportunity to add to that right now, but he's got a 1-2 count against Livesey.
Lays off that one, then smartly. 2 balls and 2 strikes for the future Sacramento State Hornet, facing off against Livesey.
And you got to wonder about Livesey's durability at this point. How much longer can he go against Christian Perez? And hypothetically, if this game were to go to extra innings, do they keep Livesey out there?
You know, we saw that yesterday with Gavin Elvetti, who came in relief for the Chinooks. He got left out there in the 9th despite clearly being gassed and gave up the game for the Chinooks. That ball is low, 3-2 for Perez, trying to draw a critical leadoff walk. The Chinooks trying to snap a 5-game skid. Miners trying to win their 4th in a row. The payoff pitch. He held off, and that is ball 4. The appeal down to the third base umpire confirms it. A leadoff walk for Christian Perez. He is on board to start this pivotal do-or-die inning.
Well, you know, he was intentionally walked yesterday, and today he forces a walk against the Chugiak-Eagle Chinooks, and he's on to first. Looks like we're going to get a pinch runner here. Ryan Cochran's coming in.
Yep, that does look like it, and that happened yesterday as well. Perez got on board in the top of the 9th and was pinch ran for by Nick Bachia. With him unavailable, the infielder with the day off today, at least in the first half of this doubleheader, Cochran comes on in his stead. So he will be at first.
Very quick guy as well on the base paths.
And his collegiate teammate, the fellow Lehigh Mountain Hawk, at the bat here. He's going to bunt, pop it way up into the air, and neither one of them went for it. RJ Rickabaugh is furious, and that is going to give Cochran a free ride to second base. Rickabaugh and Livesey both went for that at the same time. Rickabaugh is absolutely fuming, looking at his pitcher, and he's also appealing to the umpires. I don't know what he could be mad about there. Now they're going to fist bump. It's all good, but costly miscommunication there. It'll be first and second with nobody out. An error on Rickabaugh.
Yeah, that was a very bizarre play, and like you talked about, they both went for the baseball at the same time. If you're Chugiak, you've got to have better communication at this point. You cannot have that kind of slip up late in the game. We saw 3 errors cost them in the first inning, and it may cost them the game.
4 errors now for the Chinooks, and like you mentioned, their first since that first inning. The pair of Lehigh teammates on the base paths, and Brandon Durand making his intentions clear. He'll lay down a bunt, not be able to leg it out. He will be thrown out with ease, but down to second and third go Patrizzi and Cochran with 1 away. Any ball that leaves the infield will most likely win this game, and Logan Vaughn, with just 2 hits on the season, can get one for the books right here. You'll have to wait a second, though, as a mound conference will commence. Again, no activity in the bullpen for Chugiak, so they're going to ride this one out with Livesey, but obviously some strategy discussions necessary.
Yeah, this has been a tough inning for Chugiak. First off, you walk Christian Perez to start things off, then Patrizzi reaches base on that odd play. Now you've got Logan Vaughn at the plate, who, although he doesn't have the most hits on the team, he has been known for driving in RBIs at crucial points. And it doesn't take much for Matsu to win here. You don't even have to get a hit. All you've got to do is have it escape the infield, and this game is over. So Matsu has got every opportunity to win this game, and Nolan Livesey's going to have to be aware of that. If you're the Miners, just get this thing any way you can.
Logan Vaughn, the catcher out of Texas A&M Corpus Christi, teammate of Drake Kerr. And the reason, said Drake Kerr in our Valley Chat interview, that Kerr has even in the ABL right now, not to take away from Vaughn at all. He has been stellar for the Miners, not necessarily with his bat, but excellent on defense. Has drawn a lot of walks. If he could do that here, that would be great. Instead, he'll hit it right back to the pitcher, and that will basically reset the situation. There will now be second and third with 2 outs. An unfortunate one pitch out there by Vaughn, and it'll be up to Nick Bachia, the man who hit a home run last time up, with a chance to continue his legacy and drive in the winning run in front of this home crowd.
Boy, this is a big one for Nick Bachia. You talked about that home run. You know that Nolan Livesey is remembering that right now. With Basachia's power that he's demonstrated in this game, all he's got to do is get one down.
He's going to hit one off the end of his bat, foul off to the right side.
But you can't have that sacrifice fly anymore because you've got 2 outs. So Basachia's going to have to make sure to put one fair and get it past the infield to have any chance to send Perez home and win this game.
I call this a sink-or-swim situation, but that's not entirely true. Of course, if the Miners don't score here, the game will continue.
And
they
you
would love to end it here.
Yeah, you'd love to end it right now. You would have that top of the order coming up in the 8th if necessary, but I don't think Matsu wants to deal with that.
0-1. Inside, take by Bachia. If Nick reaches base without scoring the winning run, it will be Scow, who is 0 for 2 today, barring any pinch hitters. Perhaps we could see a Kellen Strohmeyer in that spot.
This is a tightrope act for Livesey in this situation.
His 1-1 is high, pitching around him, understandably so. Bachia hit that blast out to left field off the top of the wall and over the fence back in the 5th inning to tie this game up. Can drive in one more here.
Trying to use that breaking ball on Bachia.
The lefty fires and it gets past the catcher. Rickabaugh can't handle it and the Miners are going to win. Ryan Cochran scoring on a pass ball. And Matsu takes it again by 1 run. 3-2 here in Palmer. In a game riddled with defensive mistakes on both sides, I suppose it's only fitting that that is how the game ends. Rickabaugh could not handle the offering from Nolan Livesey. It went to the backstop. Ryan Cochran, that pinch runner, able to capitalize on it. He scores the winning run, and Matsu has won its 4th in a row, 3-2.
Man, oh man, what a victory for Matsu, and what was it once again that doomed Chugiak? A passed ball that got past the catcher Rickabaugh. Miners able to capitalize, and they will take this one every single time. Another 1-run victory, and they walk it off in the end. How about that to start off our Friday doubleheader?
Well, if you had fun watching that one, why not stay a while? Because you very well might get to watch it happen all over again in the second half of this doubleheader here on this beautiful sunny Saturday in the Matsu Valley. Miners win the first leg. They move to 16-13 on the season, pending the result of the Peninsula game, just potentially a half game behind them for second place in the ABL standings, and they could pull even or eclipse them with a win in the latter half of today's doubleheader. We are not going to take the stream down. We're just going to kick it to a break, and after probably 30-45 minutes, we will be back live with Game 2 here at Herman Brothers Field in Palmer. Until then, though, with Dylan Simmons, I've been Charlie Fellows. So long, and have a good one.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Palmer, Alaska. Who's ready for round two? Dylan Simmons and Charlie Fellows live at Herman Brothers Field for game number 2 between the Chugiak-Eagle Chinooks and your Mat-Su Miners. After a walk-off 3-2 win in game number 1, Mat-Su is looking to add to their 4-game winning streak while demonstrating a determination that would impress Michael Jordan. Let's go.
And it'll be Hayden Hattenbach making his first start in a couple weeks for Mat-Su. The last time he took the bump to start a game for the Miners, it was against these Chinooks down in Chugiak, and that did not go well. He allowed 6 runs in the first inning, went just 3 outs into that start, made a couple relief appearances, but now he's back on the bump for this 7-inning game, hoping to get some of that confidence back, and I believe in him.
Absolutely do believe in Hayden Hattenbach and his ability. We'll see what he can do today against this Chugiak lineup. Leading off will be Oliver Dagenhart, followed by Louis Zalaika, Jordan Jaffe, Jacob Hayes, Jaden Hill, Brady Groves, Dustin Eisenagel, Sam Kwapnoski, and Shane Steffen. That is the order for Chugiak. Meanwhile, the defensive lineup for the Miners, Hattenbach on the mound. It's going to be Blake Baltz, the catcher, Chase Wilcox at first, Dom Patrizzi at second, Ryan Cochran, the shortstop, Nick Pisacci at third, Kyle McCausland in right field, Drake Kerr in center field, and Kellen Strohmeyer is back in the lineup in left field.
So if you didn't catch that first half of the doubleheader, or you didn't notice as I hastily removed the score from the scorebug, Mat-Su winning that, as Dylan said, 3-2 on a walk-off passed ball issued by the starter for the Chinooks in that game. That was Nolan Livesey. And the catcher, R.J. Rickabaugh, failing to connect as they did many times. The Chinooks had 4 errors in that game, and that's a fitting way for that one to end, but we're on to round 2.
And that's going to be a strike for Hattenbach. Count goes to 0-1. He talked about that last appearance against the Chinooks that I'm sure Hayden remembers well. It's going to be interesting to see how he is able to rebound today against Chugiak in the 7-inning contest. This is a ground ball that is just going to be fouled. It took a odd roll along the third base line, and it looked for a second that it might be fair, but thankfully for the Miners, it just stayed away.
Hattenbach on the season with an ERA of 5.40, 5 appearances. This is his 6th and his 3rd start. Thrown only 10 innings.
That is a high pitch for ball number 1.
And he's allowed 6 hits, 6 earned runs, 6 walks, and 11 strikeouts. There were 2 pretty solid starts in there and 1 absolute disastrous one.
Swing and a miss. That's going to be a strikeout for Hayden Hattenbach to lead things off in the top half of the first inning, showing a great versatility with the fastball and breaking ball in that plate appearance.
Yeah, we're definitely off to a much better start here.
That'll send on Louis Zalaika, the second baseman for the Chinooks in this game, as he was in game number 1. He was challenged by the Mat-Su batters at several different points. Now we'll see what he can do with the bat in game number 2. Pitch by Hattenbach. It's a fastball that's in for a strike. Count goes to 0-1. Hattenbach already with a strikeout in this game, looking to add to his collection. Like Charlie mentioned, he had 10 innings pitched entering this game. 5.40 earned run average. This is a foul ball. It clangs off the roof of the press box and into the fans. Count will be 0-2, and somebody is going to go home with a baseball.
Lots of people here clamoring for that, I'm sure. Hope they are able to come away with one.
Now Hattenbach, the UC Santa Barbara product with the 0-2. This is going to be popped up and fouled once again. Back towards the crowd and over them. There's the glass shatter sound effect that Charlie was looking for. It's back.
Yep, feels like we're home once again, and we'll talk a little bit more about the standings in the ABL later on in this game. But for those who are listening to Game 1, that Oilers Glacier Pilots game underway. It's 0-0.
And a swing and a miss. Hattenbach with yet another strikeout. That is his second straight to open things up in the top of the first, and he is eating the Chinooks batters for lunch early on.
That sounds like a nice lunch. Some Chinook salmon. We've had some Alaska fish out here several times, Dylan and I, and I'm not normally a seafood enjoyer, but definitely have to tip your cap there.
And as a guy from Maine, you'd expect you to be a seafood connoisseur, but glad to see that you like the seafood out here.
Yeah, what do you feel about the Tennessee Volunteers again?
I'm not going to speak on that. I think I've beaten that dead horse enough. Count goes to 0-1. It's going to be ball 1 here. Count goes to 1-1, as there was an appeal to the first base umpire.
This guy's from Tennessee, so he's the biggest Buc-ee's fan around. That's what they say about him.
Oh, I'm not a Buc-ee's fan. Sorry to say. 1-1. Not the biggest seafood guy either, so I can definitely relate to you on that one. Just goes to show how things can be different no matter where you grow up at. Count's going to be 2-1 for Hattenbach. This is going to be popped up and fouled once again by Jaffe, fouling it back towards the crowd, and the count is going to be 2-2.
The day has only gotten even more sunny as the afternoon has gone on here in Matsu, or in Palmer, I should say, in the Matsu Valley. There are no clouds in the sky that we can see. Pioneer Peak visible in all its glory for the first time in a couple weeks.
Yeah, great to see that mountain on the horizon, always a landmark here at Herman Brothers Field. This pitch is outside for ball 4, so it's going to be a full count walk for Jordan Jaffe as he makes his way to first base with 2 outs.
Now, Jaffe had been 0 for 3 in Game 1, which is uncharacteristic for him, one of the most dangerous hitters in the ABL and the dangerous hitter on the Chinooks squad, but he's able to start this game off much better.
So Jacob Hayes now makes his way to the plate. He's working both as a hitter and a pitcher today for Chugiak in game number 2. You'll see him on the bump in the bottom half of the first inning. Hattenbach with the pitch upstairs for ball 1. Jacob Hayes entered today with 56 at-bats, 14 hits, and 14 strikeouts on the year. .250 was his batting average. That's obviously changed after game number 1. 1-0. This is a foul ball. That'll land again somewhere in the crowd, and we'll find out later who came up with it. Count goes to 1-1.
It is free admission today in the Matsu Valley, Herman Brothers Field. It is actually an interesting mix of sponsors here today, and we'll talk about that in a little bit.
1-1 count for the Southpaw Hattenbach. And that is in the zone, upstairs and just in the top part for strike 2.
So this game, the game that's happening right now, was originally scheduled as Matanuska Valley Federal Credit Union Day, but the game we played earlier was a rain-out rescheduled game that was scheduled for a couple weeks ago, and that was supposed to be Global Credit Union Day. And we were actually at Global Credit Union in Wasilla, Dylan and I, handing out tickets to people coming in and out of the bank for 2 hours, which went about as well as you'd expect.
2-2 count. And that's ball 3, just away from the zone.
But clearly, those tickets didn't really end up mattering that much because it was free admission anyway. But, you know, it's this team goes on to win it all. That'll be something you want to have as a keepsake.
Would be a nice souvenir and a good bit of memorabilia. Full count, and that's high for ball 4. On to first base is Jacob Hayes. So now back-to-back walks issued by Hayden Hattenbach. Runners on first and second for Chugiak.
Yeah, he was looking really sharp in his command, but I guess the Chinooks saw something there that they felt like they could exploit, and they have done that so far.
Haven't been as aggressive at the plate, have Jaffe and Hayes, as some of the original batters, such as Zalaika. Hill now to the plate, and like you mentioned, maybe they found something they like with Hayden Hattenbach. This is a curveball that gets past Baltz. That's going to put runners on second and third for Chugiak, and the count will go to 1-0, so this situation becomes a bit tougher for Matsu.
Yeah, those 2 strikeouts, it looked like it would be a dominant start to this game, but a little bit of issues in command here for Hattenbach. Now he and the catcher Baltz are going to talk things over, make sure they're on the same page, because clearly they weren't in that last pitch.
Well, Balt's a great person when it comes to clarifying things with a pitcher, always willing to let his opinion be known and tell him, hey, we've got to shore this up, we've got to fix this. Got to talk with him pregame before game number 1, and he was very excited after his performance last night, a great performance against Chugiak. This pitch comes in high for ball number 2. Lives out in Los Angeles, goes to UCLA, and he said he met a celebrity at In-N-Out, one of the guys who does the ESPYs apparently. Count goes to 2-0. This is going to be fouled off by Hill. Count will be 2-1.
In a place like that, I always think about how many famous people have you seen and you just didn't recognize them? Because in LA, I mean, I've never been to LA, so I don't know if there are celebrities just walking down the street all over the place, but, you know, you'd think you'd see at least a couple.
That's fouled into the cage by Hill. Count goes to 2-2, and you'd have to think that if you went to Los Angeles, you'd run into your fair share of celebrities over the years, even if you're just walking down the street. There's probably somebody up and
Roger
about.
Goodell at the grocery store in Scarborough, Maine one time.
2-2 count, and there's a strikeout. Hayden Hattenbach delivers 3 strikeouts in the top half of the first inning and strands 2 runners on base for Chugiak. Score still 0-0. Matsu's defense answering the call early. We'll be back for the bottom half of the first. You're watching Matsu Miners Baseball right here on YouTube. Welcome back to Herman Brothers Field in Palmer, Alaska. Dylan Simmons and Charlie Fellows on the call with you as usual. It is a 0-0 game between the Miners and the Chinooks in the bottom half of the first inning. Hayden Hattenbach with 3 strikeouts in the top half of the first. Now the Miners offense will look to respond. And there's a new man in the leadoff spot in this game. It's Chase Wilcox.
Yeah, for the first time since the opening games of the season, Drake Kerr is in the lineup, but he is not batting first. It'll be Wilcox to lead off with Kerr second, and then McCausland, Perez, Patrizi, Strohmeyer, Cochran, Baltz, and Bachia, the 9-man unit behind him. But we talked to head coach Tyler Brunn before the game about how he's putting his lineups together, and the only thing he would say is he's just riding the hot hand. And right now there is no hand hotter than Chase Wilcox, so I definitely understand this move.
Defensive lineup for the Chinooks: Jordan Jaffe at first, Shane Steffen at second, Oliver Degenhardt at short, Louis Zalaika at third. We'll go over the outfield in just a second, as that one is going to be outside for ball 2. Brady Groves in left, Jaden Hill in center, and Sam Kwapnoski in right field, with Dustin Eisenagel, the catcher for Chugiak.
Wilcox was hitless in the first half of this doubleheader, which snapped a 4-game hit streak. But he has been absolutely torrid, and a big reason why the Miners have now won 4 straight games by a single run.
Had the walk-off RBI double over the Anchorage Bucks back on Wednesday. Had a couple of solid hits last night. Now trying to add to that collection right here. 2-1 pitch, and that's a breaking ball outside for ball 3. Good take by Wilcox.
Miners also now trying to set a season-high winning streak. Their high is 4, which they've done a couple times, including just a few minutes ago.
They could get it to 5 with a win right here. The 3-1 pitch, and that is going to be low for ball 4. Wilcox on to first as he draws a leadoff walk, and Matsu quickly has a runner aboard.
Wilcox doing what Wilcox does, back aboard like he so often is. He came around to score in the first inning last game. Let's see if Kerr and McCausland can get him in the second half of this doubleheader.
As Drake Kerr is going to exchange bats here.
And it'll be against Jacob Hayes, who has not pitched a ton for the Chinooks, and when he has not been terrific. A 5.59 ERA and 9 2/3 innings pitched, which isn't that much worse than Hattenbach. 11 hits, 9 runs, 6 of them earned, 9 walks, 8 strikeouts. Has allowed a home run as well.
He started 1 game on the season entering today. This is his second start. Pitch into Kerr, and that's a strike. Count goes to 0-1, just found the bottom part of the zone. Wilcox now at first. Jordan Jaffe trying to make sure he doesn't get any further. Hayes will also intermittently keep an eye over there. Now the 0-1 pitch, Wilcox is on his way, and the pitch is going to be bobbled by the catcher Chinooks, so Wilcox able to advance to second base.
Yeah, he would have been there regardless. He had a pretty nice jump, so that's a clean steal by Wilcox. Kerr was showing bunt to try and move him over. Didn't even have to, so now we can get Wilcox all the way to the third with his signature squeeze bunt.
So the 1-1 count, we'll see if Kerr tries that bunt again. He will not yet. That goes low and outside for ball number 2.
And good on on Kerr to hold up there.
Yep, decided to hold up, and it was the right call, although you could see where he may have wanted to swing at that pitch. It's good to have your swinging routine under control and make sure not to be too aggressive. 2-1 count. There's Wilcox doing his typical dance at second. And that pitch is inside for ball 3.
You talk about having that swinging thing down. That reminds me of something really interesting I remember he said in that Valley Chat episode with you, which, by the way, all those Valley Chat podcasts are up on YouTube. We're going to have a couple more of those coming in the next few days. But anyway, he talked about how bunting is different from a typical hit because when you practice hitting too much, it can mess up your swing.
As Wilcox is on his way to third, he slides in and he's safe. Wilcox able to steal the hot corner, and boy, he had to work for it, and he's coming up a little bit slow, and he's in some pain.
Yeah, I don't know if he might have banged up his wrist there or his upper leg. Whatever it is, he looks like he's going to remain in the game. We're very happy to see that. Of course, that should go without saying. He's got his 9th and 10th steals of the season already in this inning.
Count goes full for Kerr, 3-2, and that's a strikeout. Kerr had already started making his way to first base, but once again he will have to stroll to the dugout as he's caught looking.
Well, Kerr did do his job in that at-bat. He obviously, if he had gotten a hit, that would have driven Wilcox in, but just having that at-bat last as long as it did, giving Wilcox more chances to get down to third, that is a valuable thing to do. And McCausland now, who's had a couple hits in his last few games, all he needs to do is hit this ball past the infield and the Miners take the lead.
McCausland watches a breaking ball come in for a strike. Count will be 0-1.
And like I was saying before, though, hitting and bunting, apparently, I'm not a baseball player, but when you practice hitting, when you practice swinging, you can't do it too much because then you'll get bad habits.
Here's a fly ball deep into center field. It's going to stay in the yard. Hill's there, and he makes the catch. Coming home is Wilcox, and he is going to score. A sacrifice fly for Kyle McCausland, and the Miners are first on the board.
And that's Chase Wilcox just manufacturing that run. He gets a leadoff walk, and then he gets himself all the way to third just with his own 2 legs, getting in through some pain on the second time, getting to third base, and what would have been just a routine fly out, maybe not even advanced him to second, instead gets the Miners on the board.
Christian Perez to the plate for Matsu now with 2 away. Bases are cleared. Pitch by Hayes. This is going to be a foul ball into the cage. Count goes to 0-1 for the man out of Grand Canyon University. Soon to be Sacramento State. Came into today with 92 at-bats. And a 2-hit performance last night against Chugiak, trying to recapture some of that fire here. 0-1 pitch. And that fastball is just over the zone. Count goes to 1-1.
And I promise I will continue my bunting anecdote eventually. I keep getting rudely interrupted by the baseball game.
Eventually it's going to finish.
Eventually. Won't just let me talk about what I want to talk about.
1-1 count. And Perez will send this one towards left field. It's just fouled. Count to go to 1-2.
How many times have we said that? A couple inches to the right, and that's at least a base hit. Perez not the speediest guy, but that would have been a really tough play for the third baseman Zalaika, and if it had gotten past him, forget about it.
Instead, we'll try this again. A 1-2 pitch on the way from Hayes. Here's Perez. He lets it come inside, and that's a strikeout. Perez watched that one come in low, and Jacob Hayes ends the first with an inning-ending strikeout. But Matsu does put a run on the scoreboard. Kyle McCausland with a sacrifice fly, and Chase Wilcox with 2 stolen bases to set up the run scored for the Miners. That'll bring us to the top of the second. We'll be right back. You're watching Miners Baseball right here on YouTube. welcome back to Palmer, Alaska. Dylan Simmons, Charlie Fellows on the call with you as usual. Mat-Su up 1-0 on the Chugiak-Eagle Chinooks after a sacrifice fly from Kyle McCausland to center field. Scored Chase Wilcox in the bottom half of the first inning, and now the Miners with that lead, hoping to expand on it. But first, they will have to deal with the Chinooks bats in the top of the second, led by Brady Groves, Dustin Eisenagel, and Sam Kwapnoski, 6-7-8 for Chugiak.
Hattenbach had an interesting first inning. He did not allow a single ball in play. 2 strikeouts to start, then a pair of walks, a wild pitch, and then a strikeout to finish it. It's been a common theme. The Miners pitchers, they get into jams. Sometimes they might even allow a run or two, but they're always able to strand the bulk of the runners on the base paths, and that pays massive dividends for this offense to eke out these 1-2 run victories. Those add up.
Hattenbach working quick here. He made his last appearance on July 8th against the Anchorage Bucks with 1 inning, swing and a miss by Groves. Count goes to 1-2. And he has so far been good against the Chugiak-Eagle Chinooks. Curveball is high and tight for ball number 2. Miners trying to get win number 17 of the season. This is game number 30 in the 2024 ABL year, as this one is going to be fouled back by Groves. Count will stay at 2-2.
Groves now, after the completion of that last game, the stats of which just went in a moment ago, 170, a double, 4 runs batted in, 304 on base percentage.
The 2-2, and that's going to be a swing and a miss. Hayden Hattenbach with his 4th strikeout already. All 3 outs in the first inning were Ks for Hattenbach, and now he adds a 4th here.
And he's doing the Frankie Gulko routine. We saw this yesterday where the first 6 out of the first 7 batters he saw were strikeouts. Of course, Hattenbach can't do that, but every out he's gotten so far has been a K. No balls in play yet off the 6'8 Titan out of Cal Santa Barbara.
Pitch by Hattenbach, curveball upstairs for ball number 1. And he's played with a program that has a rich history of baseball success and obviously hosted one of the NCAA tournament sites this year. Count goes to 1-1. And being around that sort of championship culture can definitely help, as this is foul towards the left side. Count will go to 1-2 for Eisenagel.
Dusty Eisenagel, the backup catcher. RJ Rickabaugh had a number of pass balls and errors or I should say in the earlier game today, so a defensive switch was made.
Pitches inside and low for ball 2. Eisenagel coming into today with 28 at-bats, 7 hits, 3 RBIs, and a .250 average.
And one of the best on the team, despite that small sample size.
That is going to be off the plate for ball number 3, off the glove as well of Baltz it looked like. And it'll lead to a payoff pitch. Full count, 3-2. Hattenbach put it upstairs for ball 4. That is a full count walk, and Eisenagel is now on to first. That's the 4th walk that Hattenbach has issued here in this game.
Now, just the 3rd, but it's been strikeout, strikeout, walk, walk, strikeout, strikeout, walk so far. So Sam Kwapnoski, based on the pattern so far, might behoove him to just sit there and watch these pitches go by. Hayden Hattenbach needs to start finding the strike zone more consistently. These guys clearly are not going to chase. They saw him before, and they teed off on him back in Chugiak a couple weeks ago, so they are not scared of him, or at least as fearless as you can be against that 6'8 lefty.
1-0 count. Kwapnoski lets it go by for ball 2, and check it. Meant to say 3rd walk issued by Hattenbach.
No worries, partner.
Something he's trying to get under control. The 2-0. And that is bobbled off of Baltz. That's ball number 3, and all of a sudden, he is in danger of issuing that 4th walk. So Hayden Hattenbach is going to have to be very cautious here. You do not want to give Chugiak an avenue to tie this game, especially after such a strong start in both the top of the first and bottom of the first.
Now, if it's any consolation, if the pattern does continue, then we're due for a couple more strikeouts after this.
Hattenbach with a curveball, and that's high for ball 4. 2 straight walks from Hayden Hattenbach. Eisenagel now to second, and Kwapnoski to first after the 4-pitch walk, and Baltz and Hayden are going to talk things over real quick.
Yeah, Hattenbach definitely getting up there in the pitch count. 4 walks already. to go with 4 strikeouts. He still is not allowed a ball in play.
Looks like pitching coach Steve Hecker is going to make his way out to the mound.
Now, there was a rather humorous poll posited by one of the Miners players today, asking whether Steve Hecker and head coach Ty LeBrun should swap coaching roles, considering the Miners got that incredible win last night in Chugiak with Steve Hecker as the interim head coach. Of course, Hecker and Ty LeBrun, 2 of the best in the business at what they do, and big reasons why the Miners are in the positions they are right now.
Steve Hecker has been a sensational coach for Mat-Su this year and has helped this pitching staff so much. Gotten to talk to him a couple times and had him on for one of our pregame interviews not that long ago, and he sings the praises of this staff. He thinks it's one of the best that Mat-Su has had in years, and it's hard to disagree with him with what they've been able to do time and time again. The best ERA in the league, almost at 2.50 now. It's
2.58, which, to put that in perspective, 2.58 on one pitcher is excellent. That's one of the best ERAs in any, group of pitchers that you're in. The Miners have more than one pitcher that combined to make that number.
And there's a strike for Hattenbach as he's looking to shore things up against Shane Steffen. Count goes to 0-1.
16 pitchers combined for that, 2.58.
Here's a bunt by Steffen, and it's going to clang off of the press box. It got on top of the netting out here, and the count's going to be 0-2.
I love that I still instinctively duck whenever a ball comes back here, despite the fact that it is impossible for a ball to come into this press box. Not something that we can say about all the press boxes in the ABL.
Yeah, after what we've experienced in the past, nothing is safe right now. If a ball is coming this way, better duck and cover. Like you mentioned, Mat-Su with that 2.58 ERA, they've given up just 70 earned runs on the year, which is also first in the ABL. Hattenbach will watch this one become a swing and a miss and a strikeout. Steffen retired on strikes. That's going to be out number 2.
If Oliver Degenhart strikes out here, we will officially have gone through the first 2 innings. KK, walk, walk, KK, walk, walk, KK. No balls in play. And no runs or hits to show for it.
That is a pretty impressive start for Hattenbach. Curveball's high for ball 1 as Oliver Degenhart makes his way to the plate, and Chugiak makes their way back to the top of the order. Chinooks are now 8-19 in the ABL season, in danger of suffering their 20th loss here. Swing and a miss, 1-1.
Their 20th loss total, and more concerningly for them, they would be their 7th loss in a row, 3 of which have come to the Miners.
Hattenbach, another curveball. Here's a throw over to second. Now they're going to have to throw on to third to try to see if they can get the base runner out. And the ball gets away, and a run's going to come in to score for the Chinooks. And they have tied the game at 1 on a missed throw to third base.
Yeah, that is unfortunate. Hayden Hattenbach, of course, nothing he could do about that. The ball getting through the third baseman. That's Nick Bachia over there after moving from second. A rare error from him to even up this game at 1. It has been that kind of day for both teams. And now Hayden's just got to dig in and make sure Kwapnowski, who's now at second, is stranded there.
1-2 count, that pitch high. Bolt's able to bring it down for ball number 2. Count goes to 2-2 for Degenhart with his second at-bat of the game. Freshman out of St. Louis, Missouri, plays for Truman State. Fouls this one back. Count will stay the same. Degenhart entered today with 94 at-bats and has increased on that with his production in game number 1. Now trying to add to it in game number 2 and potentially give Chugiak the lead. The 2-2, Hattenbach with the pitch, and here's going to be a throw on to first that could result in a strikeout, and it will be. Hayden Hattenbach with yet another strikeout, hotter than a California summer to start things off. He's got 6 Ks. He's retired all the batters that have recorded in outs in this game on strikeouts. That'll bring us to the bottom half of the second. You're watching Mat-Su Miners Baseball right here on YouTube. Welcome back to Herman Brothers Field. Dylan Simmons and Charlie Fellows on the call as Dom Patrizzi will make his way to the plate against Jacob Hayes. The game tied at 1 run apiece. And the Mat-Su Miners trying to recapture the lead after giving up a run in the top half of the second off of an error.
Yeah, that was, want to clarify, that was an E6, not an E5. The shortstop Ryan Cochran with a bad throw. So, an unearned run all the same and a backbreaker.
Patrizzi will watch this pitch come in for a looking strike. Count goes to 0-1. Jacob Hayes trying to mitigate the impact of the Mat-Su offense. They did score a run in the bottom half of the first inning on a sacrifice fly from Kyle McCausland. Here's the pitch, and that one is going to be outside for ball 1.
Update from elsewhere in the ABL. It's now the 5th inning in Anchorage. Still tied 0-0, Glacier Pilots and Oilers. Miners fans everywhere pulling for the Pilots. If they can pull that one out and Mat-Su can win this here, then the Miners will go into tomorrow's matchup with Peninsula, a half game ahead of the Oilers, and a chance to really get some breathing room between those two teams in the hopes that they do not have to make the 3-hour drive down to Kenai again.
That is what Mat-Su has been trying to avoid throughout the course of this season, and they may be on the precipice of doing just that. This is going to be a ball that goes into right field, back towards the wall it goes, and it's going to get down in front of the right fielder. The two outfielders collide, and Patrizzi's now on to second with a stand-up double.
Believe it or not, with all the base runners that have been in this game, that is the first hit for either side in this bottom of the second. Dom Patrizzi, we know he can give the ball a ride a long way when he gets a chance to. He'd been a little bit cold lately, making a lot of defensive plays, especially last night. Now he's finally got a big hit, a leadoff double. Let's see what the Miners can do here.
Now Kellen Strohmeyer to the plate after the Patrizzi double. They are set up in position to potentially take the lead right back. Strohmeyer will send this one and pop it up into shallow left center. Catch is made by the shortstop. 1 down.
That was Strohmeyer's first at-bat in nearly a week, and an unceremonious one. But he will get more chances. He has been hot lately, especially at this park.
Ryan Cochran now making his way to the plate, serving as the shortstop in this game for Mat-Su.
He was the pinch runner that scored the winning run in the first leg of this doubleheader. Subbed on for Christian Perez, scoring on that passed ball, giving the Miners their second walk-off win in their last 3 games.
Hayes with the pitch to Cochran, and that's going to be a strike. Count goes to 0-1.
So the Miners now have a walk-off win on the road, which is not normally possible, a walk-off win 10-0, which is not normally possible, and then a walk-off win in the 7th inning. We still have not seen a normal one yet.
0-1 pitch, and that one also finds the zone, bringing it to an 0-2. And like you mentioned, we haven't seen a normal walk-off for Mat-Su yet this season in a typical 9-inning game. But Mat-Su has still had plenty of dramatic action, to say the least.
Yeah, ours have been way more dramatic than that would have been.
This is a softly hit ball back towards the mound. The throw by the catcher is in time for out number 2. Eisenagel able to get at the baseball, but it does advance Patrizzi on to third.
Yeah, that was functionally just a swinging bunt. Cochran barely got a piece of that, and just like a bunt would have done, Patrizzi goes down to third. It'll be 2 outs here, but what we saw last night, what you all would have seen if the pregame show had not tragically been not aired, this guy is exactly who you want up in a position like this.
Blake Baltz had a sensational night a night ago, like you talked about. Reached base 3 times, had 2 hits, and had the game-winning RBI for Mat-Su in the top half of the 9th inning, helping them to that 4-3 victory. This pitch is going to get away from Eisenagel, and a run is going to score. Patrizzi comes home, and the Miners take a 2-1 lead as Chugiak commits a critical mistake.
The pass ball giveth, and the pass ball taketh away. The Miners won the game a few minutes ago on a pass ball, and now they take the lead here. We have seen, now what is that, 4 runs between the 2 games that have been scored on pass balls? That's baseball.
That is baseball, and that sometimes happens. And again, Mat-Su able to capitalize as Chugiak just kind of gets in their own way. 1-0 count now to Baltz, who's going to foul this one off the end of his bat. Count goes to 1-1 for the Los Angeles man.
Yeah, coming into today, 184 on the year, but heating up lately. He does have a double, 6 RBIs, a .344 on-base percentage.
He's been getting better and better as this season progresses and is always a problem behind the dish for any would-be base runner. That is going to be strike number 2. Pitch just found the top part of the zone. Miners now with the 2-1 advantage, trying to increase it, get themselves to a doubleheader victory today. There's not been a time this season where they've won both games in a doubleheader. And that will be strike number 3 as it once again just caught the top part of the zone. But the Miners take the lead right back as they have a 2-1 advantage. That will send us to the top half of the 3rd inning. And Charlie will take over for the middle 3 innings. You're watching Mat-Su Miners Baseball on YouTube. Don't go anywhere.
Got 2 innings in the books here in the second leg of a doubleheader between the Mat-Su Miners and the Chugiak-Eagle River Chinooks. Mat-Su taking the first one 3-2, and they lead the second by 1 as well. 2 runs, 2-1. Charlie Fellows, Dylan Simmons on the call on this beautiful day in the Mat-Su Valley, and we're hoping it'll be equally beautiful for fans of the Mat-Su Miners, hoping to see them get their 5th straight win and get even closer to being in the mix for the 2 seed in the Alaska Baseball League. Hayden Hattenbach on the mound for the 3rd to face off against Louis Zuleika, Jordan Jaffe, Jacob Hayes. And we were talking about that walk-walk, strikeout pattern. This is where that pattern needs to end, because you would then lead this inning off with 2 walks, get 2 strikeouts, and then 2 more walks that would walk in a run. So in the interest of this game not being tied up again, and also just not walking anymore batters, I think Hayden Hattenbach would like for that to not exist anymore. He is 1-2 here on Zuleika, who he struck out in the first.
That's been the lone issue for Hayden Hattenbach in this game, is the amount of walks he has issued, with 4 total already. He would love to avoid any more here, and time called just before he fired off that pitch.
Yeah, that was strange.
Home plate umpire waved it off just before. Got 2-3-4 leading off, so this isn't exactly going to be a cakewalk at the top part of the order, but Hayden has shown his ability already.
That is hammered out to left center field. Going back on it is Scow, and he's got it in his glove for out number 1. So that will end the pattern. The first ball in play allowed by Hattenbach. And we can all, and by we can all, I mean just me, I can stop talking about it now.
And good work by Kellen Strohmeyer to back up and make that catch. That one went really quickly into left field. Strohmeyer able to locate it, thankfully, and avoid a potential base hit.
That's off the end of the bat. Went down and got it, but roped it foul. Did Jordan Jaffe, who drew a walk back in the first. Later got all the way to 3rd, but was stranded there with that inning-ending K. Jaffe 0 for 3 in game 1 of the doubleheader. Best hitter in this lineup. Cut and a miss there on another low pitch, 0-2.
Leads the team in at-bats, hits, and is tied for 2nd in RBIs with 11. So this is a guy who certainly knows how to get the job done. They'll need him, Chugiak, that is, to produce. They want to find themselves in this game.
He hits that one foul down the left field line. Nick Bachia went and grabbed it just past the bag as to not accidentally make it into a fair ball when it otherwise wouldn't have been. A couple of hard hit balls here by Jaffe, but none fair. Man out of Thousand Oaks, California, but goes to college on the other side of the country, Richmond. 0-2. Hit well out to left field, going back Scow again. It's almost the exact same spot, and it will be the exact same result. A pair of flyouts, 2 away.
Great work by Strohmeyer once more to locate that baseball. This time he actually has to spin around and try to catch up to it. He was able to in the nick of time. That's such a tough play to make, especially when it comes to keeping your concentration. Strohmeyer able to demonstrate that for a great out.
So Jacob Hayes will bat with 2 down. And you'll never believe what happened to him in the first. A walk drawn.
I was going to say it was either one of two things.
Yeah, it's a 50-50 shot. A 0-1 count coming from Hattenbach, and that's hammered out to left field, going back on it. Scow again at the base of the wall, and he will make the grab at the corner of the wall. Riker Scow having to dust off the old wheels, a trio of deep flyouts, but he is able to hand them all, and the Chinooks go scoreless in the third. 2-1, the Miners lead, as we will stay on the air for a brief moment. For those who were on the broadcast in the first half of this doubleheader, you can basically cover your ears here because we're going to be talking about pretty much the same thing that we already talked about. But for those who were not, these are the standings in the ABL, and be advised, these were from the beginning of the day today. So add a win to Mat-Su and a loss to Chugiak. But here we go.
Yeah, the Anchorage Bucks on top at the moment with their 18-9 record. Peninsula currently playing the Anchorage Glacier Pilots, who were in 4th and 2nd respectively, and that is a big game for Mat-Su Miners fans to keep an eye on. Potentially could lift Mat-Su to the 2nd spot in the ABL standings with a win here in game number 2. And of course, you see Chugiak down in 5th with an 8-19 record, which will be updated soon on our graphic. But right now, Mat-Su is definitely in the thick of things as far as that 2nd place spot is concerned. And with a little bit of help, who knows, they may be able to take over the top spot in the totem pole here in the ABL before too long.
Yeah, absolutely. They'll have to do that one themselves. The reason why that Oilers game is so important, a couple reasons. Those of you who have been following us all season long know the horrors of going down to Kenai, 3 hours south of here, to play against the Oilers, what we call bizarro land. Good teams come in there and get taken behind the woodshed. It happened to us. It happened to the Bucks. No team is safe against those Oilers, and that's why Mat-Su hopes to have that 2 seed so they can host a playoff series rather than heading back down there again. They only play them one more time this season, and that is tomorrow. The Bucks, meanwhile, they still have 4 more games against the Miners. That series currently 4-2 in the Bucks' favor, but the last 2 both taken by Mat-Su. So, as you said, potentially as the season comes down to the wire, Mat-Su could vault themselves into the top spot, but we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. In the meantime, it'll be Bachia, Wilcox, and Kerr in the bottom half of the 3rd inning. Mat-Su coming off scoring a run in the last 2 frames. Each time it has been the leadoff runner to come around to score, so that bodes well for Bachia. And tell you what we saw in the first game here today, he might just get himself there himself.
Yeah, he's already got a home run today. If you missed that in game number 1, blistered a ball out to left field, and it clanged off the top of the wall.
That's hit well out to right center field, but not deep, and actually it won't even leave the infield. Second baseman Stefan barely has to move, and 1 away.
Yeah, quick out there. And meanwhile, you talked about Mat-Su playing the Bucks a few more times before the season is over, and Chugiak's another team that they have a lot of unfinished business with. They will play them 3 more times after today's affairs. They're currently 4-2 against them in ABL action, so still a lot of baseball left between these two as well.
With a win today, they would clinch a share of the season series as that one gets away from Eisenagel. 1-0 count on Wilcox, who drew a leadoff walk. The Miners only have 2 base runners in this game, but both of them have come around to score. And an update that Miners fans will be happy about, the Pilots have taken the lead in the top of the 6th. They lead it 1-0 over Peninsula. As that team, we talked about how they win the overwhelming majority of the games they play at home, and yet they're only in 2nd place, and that's because they are not that great away from home.
Yeah, on the road, Peninsula has really struggled this year. And that record they have overall is inflated by their greatness at home. But if they have to go on the road for the postseason, it's going to be tough sledding, in my opinion, for the Oilers.
1-1 fouled back by Wilcox again. And another reason why the Miners want to build up as much of a pad between them and the Oilers as they can before the end of the season is Peninsula will end this regular season with 5 games at home against the Anchorage Glacier Pilots, who, even though they're up on them right now, the Pilots are not a strong team, and they could easily drop 4 or 5 of those games down in Kenai. So the Oilers have some wins in hand. And we were talking about this before the game, the home road discrepancy. That applies to the Anchorage Bucks as well. They end this season with 8 straight games away from home. They have played the overwhelming majority of their games at Mulcahy Stadium so far. So Miners fans can take solace in that. Perhaps the fact that they have seemingly run away with the ABL in the early goings here might be more of an inflated record because they've played so many games at home.
Yeah, and that's kind of the way the schedule works out in a lot of times, because you see a lot of these bigger home stretches and road stretches depending on what team you are. Matsu's had a few of those, obviously, and they'll end the season with quite a few home games that'll help them out as well.
Payoff pitch to Wilcox, ripped into right field down the line. That'll be fair. Wilcox rounding first. He's going to try for extra bases. The throw comes in. It will not be in time. Chase Wilcox continues to hit. He's got a double here in the 3rd inning. The second extra base hit today for Matsu, and another man in scoring position.
Beautiful one-out double along the right field line past Jordan Jaffe. Brilliant job, and that's exactly what Chase Wilcox is known for, his ability to get baseballs into the outfield, and his hitting prowess only continues to increase, and with the way he's performing, that leadoff spot in the lineup may just become a permanent thing before too long.
That is his 5th double of the season, and he will be at second for Drake Kerr, who struck out looking, and he'll get plunked. That hit him really hard, shaking out his wrist, and I understand that. It got him right, it looked like on the back of his hand, so he gets a free ride down to first base, albeit a painful one. So there will be 2 runners aboard with 1 out, and Kyle McCausland, who is known for his 3-run home runs at this ballpark. I guess I shouldn't use the plural term of that. He's only done it once, but what a moment that was.
Was a brilliant moment at the end of that game against the Pilots not too long ago. That 10-0 run rule walk-off. Already seeing 1 home run today, and Kyle said there will be home runs in probably both of these games, and maybe he's got another one waiting.
Wilcox is taken off, throwing down Eisenagel. He'll throw down to second as Kerr is trying to get there, and he's going to be out. That's the second time he's gotten thrown out trying to steal a base today. Uncharacteristic for him. He is 0 for 2 trying to go the extra base here today, and that is an unfortunate one there. Good heads-up play by Eisenagel to see Wilcox moving but predict the double steal. Wilcox gets in on defensive indifference, but they need a hit now for McCausland. A sac fly won't do it. So here we go, 1-0. McCausland taking all the way 2-0. Hayes has allowed just 2 hits already, but both of them have been doubles. Also a walk and a hit by pitch. McCausland had a sac fly back in the first to score a run, and he'll hit one right at the third baseman. What a bad hop that was. It went right off the glove of the third baseman, Zulaika. I don't know what caused the ball to do that. There must have been some kind of divot, and you see there Zulaika kicking the dirt right in front of him. There was some kind of, imperfection there in the dirt right in front of him that caused the ball to jump right over his head. There was nothing he can do about it. The baseball gods ordaining that Chase Wilcox shall score his 3rd run of the game.
Yeah, that was definitely a providential moment that time. It went up and over the head of Zulaika. That is one of the oddest hops we've seen all season long. Sometimes there are divots in the infield that can cause that.
That is lined right at the first baseman. Wow, good play there by Jordan Jaffe to end the inning with his tiptoes on, gets that in his glove to retire the side, but the Miners score a run for the 3rd straight inning. Chase Wilcox scoring on the baddest hop I've seen in a minute. 3-1 Matsu. We're headed to the 4th soon enough. You're watching Matsu Miners Baseball on YouTube. at Herman Brothers Field in Palmer, Alaska, home of the Mat-Su Miners, and the home fans, along with all 51 of you watching on in the live stream. Very happy to see their Miners up 3-1, looking for their 5th straight win against the Chugiak-Eagle River Chinooks. And Hayden Hattenbach, who did not allow an earned run in this game, struck out 6, walked 4, had to throw a lot of pitches in his first 3 innings. He is done, and on to replace him, a man from a similar general neck of the woods, the Cal Santa Barbara Gaucho, replaced by a San Diego State Aztec, Nico Tomasello.
The freshman out of San Diego, California, 6'5", 215. He's made 7 appearances on the year, has 12 1/3 innings pitched, has given up 4 earned runs, is a 2.92 earned run average, 11 strikeouts, making appearance number 8 here in 2024. And with the way that he has been a reliever for Mat-Su out of the pen, this is a very solid option, especially when you're trying to maintain the lead. Nico's not a guy who's going to give up the big play all that often, and right now that is exactly what Mat-Su needs to see.
Yeah, absolutely. He's been one of the more reliable high-leverage relievers. Not that this is the most high-leverage situation, but it's the first time we've seen either team go to the bullpen today, and it is definitely makes sense on paper. He'll face off against Jaden Hill, Brady Groves, and Dusty Eisenagel, who were strikeout, walk in that pattern we saw the first time through the order.
Jaden Hill coming off of game number 1 with 84 at-bats, 21 hits on the season. He has forced 15 walks, which is more than anybody else on the Chinooks roster. The next closest is Cade Smith with 13. Been very good at doing that, and we'll see if he can give Nico Tomasello any trouble.
We saw Cade Smith yesterday. He did not play today in either of the games. Tomasello fires one in low to Jaden Hill, the center fielder, who struck out looking his first time up. A junior out of Arkansas State rips one down the first baseline foul. Frisco, Texas, originally where he hails from, a 6'3" righty, 6'3" lefty, 235 with the Red Wolves of Arkansas State this past collegiate season. Now a 1-1, cut and a miss on a breaking ball, 1-2.
Nico's got a great command when it comes to his curveball and his fastball. Really good at that elevated fastball, but uses the curveball quite a bit as well.
And that one is left outside to even the count. Tomasello has made 8 appearances now, none of them starts, but has been an excellent reliever. That is right to the glove of the first baseman, who tosses on to Tomasello. A nice little play there. Good job by Wilcox at first baseman to handle that rocket. Thought that might get past him or under him or bounce off him or some kind of unfortunate event, but he is an excellent defender, and he showed it there.
Yeah, great timing by Chase Wilcox, and that's the kind of recognition you've got to have as a first baseman, or really any infielder for that matter. When the baseball is coming at you that quickly, you've got to be able to chase it down, and Wilcox able to do so, getting an out.
Brady Groves, a strikeout victim in the second inning, led off that frame with that event, left fielder. Taking 2 straight strikes, Tomasello has found his curveball, and the Chinooks not finding much success against it.
Well, Groves has struck out 16 times this season.
And that's ripped to third base this time. Fielded by Bachia, throws across to Wilcox, who scoops it out of the dirt and safe. The umpire is going to say that didn't go in his ball, and yeah, that was laying on the dirt in front of Wilcox. Was not able to scoop that ball up, so it will be an infield hit for Groves, 1-on-1 out.
Yeah, the throw was a long way from Bachia to Wilcox, so it was going to be tough. You're basically going from one end of the field to the other, so to speak, and he did everything he could to get it there in time. Wilcox tried to scoop it up, but the throw was too low to really do anything with, but even still, the speed of Groves made it very tough to avoid an infield hit not being the case.
That is the first hit of the game for Chugiak in the 4th inning, and it will bring up Dusty Eisenagel, the first of 2 straight walk recipients, I should say, in the 2nd inning. Came around to score. Chugiak's thus far only run on an error, throwing error by Nick Bachia, Ryan Cochran, showing bunt here, and Baltz was up gunning, but decided not to throw back down to first, keeping Brady Groves honest down there.
Freshman out of Frederick, Maryland, plays for Messiah University. Usually works as a catcher, as he is today.
Now Tomasello's going to throw to first.
2022, Icinagle was the MAC Commonwealth Rookie of the Year, which is the conference that Messiah plays for. So he's been very good in his level of play thus far in his college career.
So Icinagle lays down a bunt, and Baltz is going to let it roll foul. A gamble by the catcher, and it pays off for Matsu.
Yeah, that's where the recognition of where the baseball is and how much speed it's got on it really also pays off as a catcher. That was kind of one of those judgment calls that you got to make in the heat of the moment. And Blake Baltz has seen a lot of close foul balls in his day, knew exactly the kind of behavior that baseball had, and was able to watch that go by. It's easier to make those decisions at home, too, because you kind of know the dimensions of your field better than any other ballpark. Makes that choice a little bit easier for you.
So the at-bat will continue. 2-1 on the Chinooks catcher. Tomasello drops one in the zone. Old reliable, that high curveball.
Yeah, it's been very hard for anybody on Chugiak to put a charge into that high curveball. It just breaks so late that it's hard to do anything with it.
And that one will be in the dirt, broke a little bit too far down. The runner at first, Groves, was halfway to second but thought better of it. And against the arm of Blake Baltz, probably a good decision for him.
I've seen a lot of baseballs get away from these catchers today or go past them more than we're definitely used to in watching an ABL game.
Payoff pitch coming from Tomasello. And he'll throw to first instead. I can't explain it on the Chinooks side, but there probably is something to the fact that the Miners have played their last 6 games on turf fields, and they're finally now back at Herman Brothers, which is dirt. Might be a little bit different, especially when those balls bounce before the catcher. And that one will get away from Baltz. Not that it will matter. Ball 4 gives Icinagle a free ride to first, his second walk of the day. Groves goes down to second. And Tomasello now going to deal with a bit of a jam in the 4th inning.
Well, we saw Hayden Hattenbach deal with this in the 1st and 2nd innings and get out of it. Now we'll have to see if Nico Tomasello can do the same. Biggest thing right now is you don't want to let the baseball get away from Baltz. And for Blake, that means he's also got to make sure to try to keep the baseball in front of him. This is going to be a big bat with Sam Kwapnowski at the plate.
He's going to chop that one past the diving glove of the second baseman, Patrizzi, and it will load the bases as Brady Groves will stop at third. Thought Patrizzi might have a play on that one for a second, but he didn't. So a single by Kwapnowski will load the bases with 1 out. Groves to third, Icinagle to second, and Shane Steffen, who struck out swinging in the 2nd inning, will be the man on the, or in the batter's box, I should say, as Miners pitching coach Steve Hecker on to talk with Tomasello. Action in the Matsu Miners pen, off to the right as well. And understandably so. They do have a little bit of a cushion here. Can't remember the last time Matsu had a lead of more than 1 run at any point.
Not this week.
In a game. Definitely hasn't been lately.
That's crazy to think about, but they haven't had a run bigger than, or lead rather, bigger than 1 run this entire week, and yet they've got a 4-0 record. Just kind of shows how dominant that they've been in the late part of the game.
They haven't scored more than 4 runs in a game since July 4th, and that 4 number happened yesterday. Other than that, they haven't scored more than 3 since that time. And yet, unbelievably, they are 6-4 during that span.
Shows just how good the pitching and the defense truly are. If you've got that, you're well on your way to being a championship team.
Wave and miss by Steffen, who swung out, or struck out swinging, I should say, in the 2nd inning.
Curious to see how Tomasello responds after the conversation with pitching coach Steve Hecker.
On the ground to second. This time Patrizzi will get it. Throw on to second for 1. On to first, not in time to turn 2. So a run comes in to score. The Miners, with a 2-run lead, will trade an out for a run. Graves will come in to make it a 3-2 ball game. Icinagle to third. And Steffen on with the fielder's choice. 3-2 here in Matsu.
Yeah, you saw the ground ball go to right, and I like the decision by Patrizzi. Try to see if you can get the out at second and then bring it on to first for a double play. Right idea, it was just too late in the process to take out Steffen. Run scores for Chugiak, but you do get out number 2. Now it's all about finishing things off.
Oliver Degenhardt struck out swinging twice at the hands of Hayden Hattenbach. This is his first look at Tomasello, and he'll take ball one. Runners on the corners. Eisenagel at third, Steffen at second, 2 away. Miners trying to escape this inning with the lead. Two 2-0 count on the way from the San Diego State Aztec. It's a sunny and very warm day. There's a little bit of a breeze now, which there wasn't before, and we're very happy about that. 2-0, that's even further inside, nearly hit him. So 3-0 for the tall righty.
Yeah, it's ball 3, and like you mentioned, well too far to the inside that time by Nico. Trying to elevate that fastball a little bit, and he's having issues putting it towards that top part of the zone.
3-0, drops it in the zone. Trying to avoid his second walk of the inning.
Yeah, that's more of what he was looking for in that situation. Put it in nicely. Now we'll see if he can come back down 3-0 in this count.
He will not. That will be walk number 6 drawn by the Chinooks through just 4 innings, and it will load the bases once again. Degenhart on to first. Advances Steffen to second, and it'll be Louis Zulaika, who's also 0 for 2, a strikeout and a flyout, and it looks like it will not be Nico Tomasello to pitch to him as head coach Ty LeBron on his way out of the dugout and on to replace him from the Mat-Su Miners bullpen. Going to get a look here, but I believe that's Luke Smith.
Looks to be
and
Luke
indeed
Smith,
it is.
yes.
Luke Smith, man out of Incarnate Word. Hopefully, Mr. Smith, Stephen Smith, I remembered your first name. I hope you're proud of me. He is still in the chat watching on as his son enters the game in a big moment. Bases loaded, 2 outs. He has been a very trusted option of head coach Tyler Brunn, pitching coach Steve Hecker in moments like this to clean up a messy situation and give the Miners a chance to keep playing with the lead.
Yeah, he's been a great cleanup guy from the mound, making his 10th appearance of the season. That's second most on the team. That shows just how much this pitching, the pitching coach Steve Hecker and head coach Tyler Brunn rely on this guy. 14 innings pitched on the season, entering today a 3.21 earned run average. He is a very solid option, and he's going to have a lot to handle here with the bases loaded and 2 outs, but I've got faith that he can deliver a strikeout to bring us to the bottom half of the 4th.
Louis Zulaika has struck out swinging and flied out, as I said before, the third baseman for Chugiak. Originally from San Jose, attendee of Gavilan College, hit .394 with 5 home runs and 38 runs batted in during his collegiate season, as well as a .515 on-base percentage against teams in his conference. So far this season, Zulaika hitting .273, which is second best on the Chinooks and tops, and if you don't count Shane Steffen and his 3 at-bats total on the season, with 4 doubles, 5 runs batted in. And Luke Smith will have to set him down.
That he will, and if he can set Zulaika down, that's going to be a huge momentum swing for Mat-Su. For Chugiak, this may be their best chance to tie this game back up. You never know what's going to happen throughout the course of a game, and with the way the Mat-Su offense has been producing, this may be Chugiak's one and only chance to take momentum back from the Miners. Luke Smith understanding that, he knows just how important it is to get out number 3 in this spot.
Dusty Eisenagel at third, Shane Steffen at second, Oliver Degenhart at first. Brady Groves had that single with 1 out. Kwapnowski had an RBI single of his own a couple batters later. First pitch is well inside. Blake Baltz, every stop he makes saves a run here.
Yeah, he's doing everything he can to keep the baseball in front of him, and like you talked about, if the run comes in, that's going to tie this game, so Baltz has got to be very careful to execute.
1-0. That will finally find the strike zone. Dating back to Tomasello, they had thrown a number of balls in a row. Smith pulls even.
Great job on that low breaking ball that time by Luke. Now he needs to do it 2 more times to strike out Zulaika.
Inside again.
Yeah, really trying to work towards the inside part of the plate against Zuleika. Got him once with a strike, but almost had a hit by pitch that time. Just trying to get his command early on, and sometimes you just need a little bit to settle in. We've seen Mat-Su pitchers settle in after a while and really get their command figured out. Perhaps that's all that Luke needs.
2-1, rocketed to short, stopped by Cochran, throws across to second, and it will not be in time. Ryan Cochran put his body on the line and got very close to ending that inning with a spectacular defensive play, but he could not. Coming in to score is Eisenagel, and the game is tied here at Herman Brothers Field.
And that is just how close it truly is. Ryan Cochran doing what he could to get his glove hand on the baseball. He did, but he was already in such an unadvantageous position on the ground that any throw he tried to make to second was going to be difficult. And Degenhardt able to beat him to the punch, get to second base, and all of a sudden this game is tied, and Chugiak seizing the moment.
Zuleika on with the fielder's choice, and that run, of course, belonging to Nico Tomasello, but Smith still wants to get out of this inning, at least with the score tied. Fires in a strike there, 1-1 to Jordan Jaffe, who has walked and flied out. A dangerous man to have up in a situation like this.
Yeah, we know he's capable of home runs. He already has one on the season.
1-1, hit the opposite way, and that's down for a base hit. Fielded by the right fielder, McCausland. That will score 2 and surge the Chinooks in front. A 2-run single by Jordan Jaffe to give the Chinooks their first lead in a while here today. 5-3. It's a 4-run inning for Chugiak-Eagle River.
Yeah, blistered that thing out to right field, and McCausland doing what he could to get it back, and just was not able to get it in time. All of a sudden, Mat-Su is finding themselves down 5-3 in this game.
Jacob Hayes, the 9th man to bat in the inning for Chugiak. A fly out and a walk. So far today for him. He'll look at Luke Smith's first pitch, a strike. So far, no runs have scored that Smith is directly responsible for. But Louis Zuleika on first would be one of those. Or on third, I should say, would be one of those. That pitch is inside, 1-1. Zuleika at third. Went first to third on that single by Jaffe. All of this has been with 2 outs. Now a 1-1, wave out, and just barely got a piece of it there did Hayes. He's down to his last strike. The starting pitcher on the other side for Chugiak, looking to help his team give himself a little bit more run support.
Mat-Su desperately in need of a way to end this inning right now.
Well, I could think of one particular way, 1 and 2, and it's spoiled.
Yeah, Luke Smith in need of a strikeout. And this is going to make things very tough on the Mat-Su offense. They're going to have to find a way to respond in these upcoming innings. And whoever's on the mound after the 4th is going to have to settle in.
Smith left him low. Baltz with a stop, 2-2. Just needs one more out to get out of this inning. But with 4 runs already home, the game has drastically changed here. We are coming up on halfway home of the second leg of this doubleheader. The 2-2. Hit into left center field and down for another hit that will score Zuleika. Another single. Jacob Hayes is on, and it'll be 6-3 Chugiak. The Chinooks bat around against Tomasello and Smith, pouring it on here in Palmer.
Yeah, just able to put that one down in front of Strohmeyer, and right now, Chugiak is having success they haven't had in a while against these Mat-Su pitchers, just drilling it off into the outfield. And Strohmeyer doing what he could, but no way he was going to stop a run from scoring as Zuleika came home. And all of a sudden, it's a 6-3 baseball game, a 5-run top of the 4th for the Chinooks.
Jaden Hill grounded out at the start of this inning. He will bat for a second time here in the 4th, also struck out looking in the 1st. 0 for 2. He is the only man to make an out in this inning. There was an out on the base paths, but after him, all 8 other batters for the Chinooks were able to reach base, be it on a single, a walk, or a fielder's choice. There were a few of all 3 of those. Still 2 outs. Smith just needs 1 to stop the bleeding, leaves 1 low.
Biggest thing right now is Chugiak is taking advantage of Luke Smith down and in pitches, and they've been able to read it, send it into the outfield.
Chopped foul, 1-1.
And Luke is going to have to adjust for that accordingly, and I'm sure that's exactly what he's trying to do in this spot. Chugiak finds a handle on you. You've got to find a way to bring things back in your favor.
The 1-1, and that will hit him. A hit by pitch will load the bases for a third time, all of them with 2 outs. And the Chinooks can just blow this game wide open here to the extent that they haven't already if Brady Groves can get his second hit of the inning.
Yeah, things are starting to get out of hand for Matsu with the bases juiced once again. And Brady Groves to the plate. Biggest thing right now is Luke Smith's just got to settle in, pitch the way that he usually does, deliver that fastball and that breaking ball to great effect.
He has not recorded an out yet. Swing and a miss there by Groves, who has struck out already today and had that single.
This is where the mental aspect of the game really comes into play. Just trying to make sure to maintain focus and not let the situation take you over.
That one is outside.
You've got to find a way to play that style of baseball that you play when you're up. You've got to find a way to bring that in even when you're down in this game.
Smith, comebacker, fielded by the second baseman, steps on the bag himself, and he will retire the side and mercifully stop the bleeding. Chugiak scores 5 runs. They lead it 6-3. Still a manageable deficit for Matsu, but definitely one that it will take a lot of effort for them to overcome. Still, we've seen him do it before, and if you want to see him try to do it again, don't go anywhere. Matsu Miners Baseball will be right back after this. Back in the valley, so it's time for a rally. Bottom of the 4th, the Matsu Miners' goal is clear. Overcome this 3-run deficit after that disastrous top of the 4th. They were up by 2, now down by 3. A 6-3 ball game, and Dom Patrizi, Kellen Strohmeyer, and Ryan Cochran will be the 3-2 up against Jacob Hayes in their quest to erase this deficit and get their 5th straight win.
Yeah, right now Matsu on the heels of that 5-run top of the 4th by Chugiak. This offense is going to need to step up. They understand that, and Dom Patrizi, the team leader in RBIs, definitely a man who can get them to that point, also leads the ABL in total RBIs.
And more importantly, had a double in his only other plate appearance today. Scored in that inning as well. Definitely a guy you want up in a position like this. The 0-1. Taking high. Hayes, through 3 innings, has allowed 2 hits, both of them doubles. A hit by pitch, a walk, 3 strikeouts, and 3 runs. That 1-1 will find the zone. Not all 3 were earned. I believe only 2 of them were. Actually, just 1, I believe.
Yes.
In the 3rd inning, that one was earned. But there was a pass ball run in the 2nd and all sorts of weird errors in the 1st. So a 1-2 to Dom. He'll hit a weak grounder back to the pitcher. The pitcher falls down. Hayes has to throw to first, but in time. A nice stretch there by Jordan Jaffe. His defense at first base has been excellent all day long to set Patrizi down and bail his pitcher out.
Yeah, Hayes trying to get after that baseball, and like you mentioned, he kind of slipped on the mound and was able to get it over to first with Jaffe in time. It was a very tough play, though. I'm kind of surprised he was able to get his balance back and get to that baseball, able to get the 1-3 out.
Kellen Strohmeyer hit a pop out to shortstop in his return to the lineup today after a few days off. He'll take one low and inside. Eisenagel had to scramble a bit to stop that. Strohmeyer, the last time the Miners were here, had a triple and a number of big hits, RBI singles and the like. After a slow start to the season, the Iowa Hawkeye definitely seems to have found his stride lately, and I'll credit at least some of that to the interview I did with him that's up on the Mat-Su Miners YouTube channel, which you all should check out.
He's been great ever since that interview, so can't argue with that point.
2-1 wave at and miss. 2-0, I should say, brings the count to 2-1. Strohmeyer with Cochran due up after him. This bottom of the lineup went 0 for 4 the first time through. In fact, that Patrizzi double was their only hit. That will find the zone. Strohmeyer cocks his head in disagreement, but it'll be 2-2.
You got to think that once he gets back to Iowa, he didn't have as many appearances for them in 2024, but with what he's done with the Miners, I feel like he'll be a big potential piece for the Hawkeyes.
That's hit to second base, a weak ground ball, and it won't be trouble for the duo of Stefan and Jaffe. 2 away in the fourth. The Miners have scored a run in every inning so far today, but that streak is on the line with Ryan Cochran coming up to bat with 2 away. He had a ground out that was fielded by the catcher, basically a swinging bunt back in the second, that helped advance Don Patrizzi into scoring position. He would score shortly thereafter on that pass ball, so he has had an impact on this game, but the Miners need him to reach base. Strike one taken by the man from Lehigh.
Yeah, right now they've got to get something generated offensively, and perhaps Ryan Cochran, a guy who...
That's a high pop-up that'll twist foul out of play.
Ryan entering this game with quite a few at-bats on the season. Of course, he's the most recent addition for Mat-Su. 27 total at-bats, 3 hits, and a .294 on-base percentage. He has forced 4 walks in 2024 so far.
The 0-2 from Hayes. And that's off the end of the bat into right field, dropping down, and it will be caught on the run by the center fielder, Hill. He had to cover a lot of ground, but he makes the catch. The Chinooks, after that first inning, playing much better defense, and the Miners struggled to get anything going as a result. Scoreless in the fourth, 6-3 the score. We head to the 5th inning in Palmer. You're watching Mat-Su Miners Baseball on YouTube. To the 5th inning when the Mat-Su Valley, Mat-Su Miners, Chugiak-Eagle River Chinooks, the latter up on the former 6-3 as we are over halfway in the second half of the doubleheader. Charlie Fellows, Dylan Simmons, as always, the voices of the Mat-Su Miners. And, well, we saw Noah Kendrick have a complete game, quote-unquote, 7 innings, as was the predetermined length of that game in Game 1. But now we've already seen our 4th pitcher on the bump for Mat-Su in this game, too. It'll be Ashton Johnson on after the duo of Tomasello and Smith allowed 5 runs an inning ago.
Johnson making his 6th appearance of the season. He has 4 2/3 innings pitched so far in 2024. He's allowed 2 earned runs, has a 3.86 earned run average. But this is going to be a pretty big test. Right now, the biggest thing is damage control. You're down 3 runs. Do not allow Chugiak to get any more. Time is already of the essence as far as coming back is concerned. So you've got to make sure to keep the score at what it is.
And we saw him throw a very excellent sample of innings out of the bullpen yesterday in the effort to keep the Miners in that game and eventually have them come back and win in the 9th inning. Could he serve a similar role here today? The man out of the College of Southern Idaho on his way to BYU, where he'll be teammates with left fielder Riker Scow.
Yeah, comes from Salt Lake City, Utah, so that's a bit closer to home, and I'm sure he's excited about that. And like you talked about, he'll be teammates with Riker Scow, so he'll have a connection with a fellow Miner.
Check it, he's not the left fielder right now. Actually, that's Kellen Strohmeyer, but Scow was the left fielder in Game 1, and he's often out there when he is in the lineup. It'll be Dusty Eisenagel, who has walked twice, also scored twice. One of 5 runs to cross the plate for Chugiak back in the 4th. And the lefty Johnson will start him off with a strike, which gets a cheer from the massive crowd here in attendance. It continues to grow as the evening goes along. And yes, this is what evening looks like here in the land of the midnight sun. Swing and a miss there once again by Eisenagel, 0-2.
Fashion could get a leadoff strikeout here on Eisenagel. That'd be a heck of a way to start. Maybe give some of the confidence back to this Mat-Su defense, and maybe the offense motivate them to make a comeback as well.
0-2. He'll miss with that. Since the 2nd inning, there have been no strikeouts. Hayden Hattenbach struck out all the men he saw in that second, or at least all the men he got out in that 2nd inning, but no Ks since then for Mat-Su. And that will continue for at least one more pitch, despite the objections of Johnson and the fans underneath us.
Yeah, that was pretty close to the top part of the zone. Obviously, the home plate umpire making his ruling, but I think I can see both sides to that one.
2-2, left it high. So 3 straight balls now. Eisenagel has fought his way back to a full count. And like you said, the start of this inning is going to be very important for the confidence for Johnson and the Miners as a whole. That being said, a big payoff pitch, and it will be ball 4. So the 3rd walk drawn already today in this game by Eisenagel. A leadoff free pass, 6th drawn in total by the Chinooks. 1 on, none out here in the 5th.
Yeah, Eisenagel has just been so good in this situation at drawing walks. And Charlie, he had 1 walk entering today that he's forced on anybody this season. He's forced 3 of them in just this game.
Sam Kwapnowski is forced to walk, also hit an RBI single. And he'll swing and miss on a high fastball. 0-1. Shane Steffen due up after him, who is 0 for 2. Though he did reach on a fielder's choice and later come around to score. Here's Johnson. Fouled back the opposite way, giving chases Bachia, but he won't get there. That's down on the gravel in front of the big crowd off to the left, which you all on the broadcast can't see, but trust us, it's there.
Pretty packed house today in Palmer at Herman Brothers Field. A lot of fans have made the drive down, and it's great to see all the support for the Miners here at the ballpark. One of the biggest crowds we've seen this season. Of course, you talked about the free admission. That certainly isn't hurting.
Yeah, and also the fact that the Miners have not played a game here since Wednesday, July 10th, 9 days ago. Had one rained out, an exhibition game, and then a very long road trip. So they're excited to see their team play. 0-2, high pop up into shallow left. Giving chase is the left fielder. Strohmeyer calling for it, has to lay out for it, but does get it in his glove for out number 1.
Yeah, that ball hung up for quite a while, and you saw Cochran going back trying to see if he could get to it. Strohmeyer, like you mentioned, waving him off. That's good communication, saying, hey, I got it, don't go after it, and don't let us miss an opportunity at an out. Good job by Strohmeyer to take command of the situation.
Dusty Eisenagel stays where he is at first base, and Shane Steffen will bat with 1 on, 1 out. He has struck out and reached on a fielder's choice. And he'll take a ball. The Glacier Pilots still clinging to that 1-run lead. which is pretty much gravy if the Miners don't win this game. Doesn't really matter in terms of the game tomorrow whether the Oilers do come back and win that game. Second place in the ABL will still be on the line since the Miners did get a win in the first half of this doubleheader, but they would definitely like to reverse this and go into that game ahead. That game's in the bottom of the 8th down in Anchorage. So the Pilots trying to do the Miners a favor. 2-0 becomes a 3-0, though. Matsu's got to hold up their end of the bargain here.
Yeah, they've got to find a way to get back into this game, and right now a 3-0 count to Stefan. This is a guy who hasn't had a lot of success against Matsu overall. If you give him a chance to get on base, you're also going back to the top of the order, so Ashton Johnson is going to have to find a way to settle in here.
3-0, right down the middle. The Chinooks have now drawn 7 walks in this game, which is definitely going to be a point of emphasis, we'll say, in the meetings after the game. And that's spoiled back there by Johnson. Nice effort by him to fight back to a full count. Speaking about talking to people after the game, just a reminder to stay on the broadcast after the final out is recorded. We will have a member of the Matsu Miners up here in the press box ready to talk about the action we saw here today in both games. You won't want to miss that. Regardless of how this game ends, that is off the end of the bat and into left center field, for a base hit. A payoff pitch hit by Shane Steffen for a single to advance Eisenagel to second. 2 on, 1 out in the 5th.
Yeah, drove it into left center that time, in between Strohmeyer and Kerr. And that's about as standard of a gap shot as you're going to see. The pitch was low and in, and Steffen able to capitalize on it. And again, the Chinooks just can't stop their hitting binge.
That's hit number 5 on the day for Chugiak to go with 6 runs. Matsu with 3 runs on 3 hits, also a pair of errors. Brief mound conference is adjourned.
This is one of the few times as of late where the Matsu pitching staff just has not quite had it in this game for the most part. They're usually so precise and so ready when it comes to these situations, but for whatever reason, in game number 2 against Chugiak, they are just having a hard time.
Chugiak, we said it before game 1, they randomly can just beat you for no reason. They've done it to the Miners a couple times. Almost running there was Eisenagel, thought about it, and a cut on and miss there by Degenhart. This is a big at-bat right here. Ashton Johnson wants to get Degenhart out, preferably give him a ground ball to the right side of the infield to potentially turn 2 here. Oh, 1, and he'll step off. Leadoff man for Chugiak-Eagle River, a pair of strikeouts, a walk, and a run.
Took a while there kind of scoping out the scene, keeping an eye on Eisenagel and also Steffen.
Now he'll deal, and he'll leave it low. Louis Zuleika on deck. And action in the Matsu Miners pen. Not very lively action, but I saw some people up and moving around. Johnson, as we said already, the 4th pitcher for Matsu in this game, fires one high, and he is really having trouble consistently throwing strikes, which has been a theme, as evidenced by the 7 walks.
It's been the biggest problem for Matsu today, and they're usually not a team that issue a lot of walks, but in this game, for whatever reason, the ball just doesn't seem to quite have the same command as it usually does. I think
2-1, that will find the zone. Sorry to talk over you.
No, good. I think it comes down to the placement of the fastball and also their just lack of command when it comes to the location of these pitches. It's been something that's been plaguing them all day long.
So a big 2-2 here. Johnson looking for his first K. The lefty in the zone for strike 3, a big K. Degenhart down on strikes for the 3rd time. And Johnson now in a much better position to get out of this inning with no damage. The big mandate for him and all the pitchers that will pitch the rest of the game for Matsu to keep that comeback alive. And that might be one of the moments you look back on if indeed that does come to pass.
Great curveball by Ashton Johnson that time on the right side of the zone, able to put it in past Degenhart, and that's a massive strikeout against the top man in the order. Let's see if he can double it up.
Right down the middle there on Louis Zuleika, a strikeout, flyout, and fielder's choice for him. Johnson pitching with runners on first and second, 2 out. Remember, all the damage in the fourth happened with 2 outs. The Miners definitely do.
That curveball starting to stick a little more for Johnson as well. He's found a way to fit it in the top part of the zone. Biggest thing right now is just making sure it doesn't go over the head of Baltz or too far above the zone. If he can get that under control, he can put Matsu in a great spot.
Or as great a spot as he can reasonably hope for, 1-1. Did he go around? No, he did not. Home plate umpire says that Zuleika held up, 2-1. And Johnson working out of the stretch. 2 out in the top of the 5th. Trying to prevent this lead from ballooning even more. Here's a 2-1, and that's hit high but not deep out to left center field. Calling for it is Kerr, and he has it in his glove for out number 3. The Chugiak-Eagle River Chinooks strand a pair, and they do not score in the 5th. 6-3 the score remains. Matsu going to try and start chipping away in the bottom half of this frame. You're watching Matsu Miners Baseball here on YouTube. Bottom 5 here in Palmer. 3 runs for the Miners, 6 runs for the Chinooks. And Matsu trying to mount their comeback, a rally in the valley. And they have Blake Baltz leading off, the rally starter of last night's game, to try and get him there.
Yeah, Blake Baltz, a guy who certainly has the capability to do that. We've talked about his great night that he had a night ago. Now trying to get something sparked for Matsu here in the bottom of the 5th. They've got to have some sort of big explosive play, I feel like, to get themselves back in their spot.
Showing bunt and pop that one foul. And that gives me a perfect segue into what I was talking about in the first inning. You all thought I forgot about it, but I didn't. The difference between bunting and hitting, I basically said it. Hitting, it's a strange thing that you wouldn't think this way, but apparently if you hit enough, if you swing the bat too much, it causes you to have like bad mechanics, like a hitch in your swing and whatnot, as that's popped into shallow left field by Baltz, giving Chaser a pair of outfielders and catching it over the shoulder, and not catching it actually, off the glove of the left fielder Groves. He lost it in the sun, and Blake Baltz has a double out of that. What a way to start the 5th.
Yeah, that is an explosive play that Matsu was looking for, and like you talked about, I think Groves may have lost it in the sun or had it bounce off of his glove. Either way, he couldn't locate the baseball, and it rolled into left field. And how about this from Blake Baltz? A leadoff double now in the bottom half of the 5th inning, and maybe this is what gets Matsu going, especially with this guy at the plate.
The ultra-rare E8 on the dropped pop fly. We've seen 2 of those now in this doubleheader. We saw one in game one as well, both of them by the Chinooks. That's their first error today. Nick Bachia, as you said, he popped out earlier today, but had that home run in game one, taking ball one with Baltz in scoring position already. You know, he just, not as though he telepathically caused that fielder to drop the ball, but whenever he comes up to the plate, good things tend to happen. And once again, my bunting analogy has been interrupted by the Miners doing something good. I think I need to employ that strategy more often.
Yeah, keep talking about the bunting. It seems like it's the magic trick for Matsu.
So anyway, that is in stark contrast to bunting, where if you practice bunting a lot, according to Drake Kerr, the best bunter in the ABL, it doesn't change. Like, if you learn how to bunt, no matter how many times you do it, it will not, you won't get worse at it the more you practice it, which makes sense because there's not as much motion involved. You're kind of just holding the bat there. But it's still really interesting. And that's my story. 2-1. Skipped in the dirt there. Eisenagel behind it to catch it and stop it from rolling to the backstop. Bachia with a 3-1 hitter's count. The 9-man in the order, looking for a second big knock today.
We saw him get that home run in game number one earlier on. Maybe he's got something else in the reservoir waiting for us here.
3-1. Outside, ball four. Nick Bachia draws a walk. The second issued of the game by Jacob Hayes, the first since Chase Wilcox drew a leadoff walk in that first inning. And now it will be first and second with none out, a golden opportunity for the Miners to get a few runs back, especially with Chase Wilcox at the plate.
Oh yeah, Chase Wilcox certainly has been a prime guy in this situation in the past. Down 6-3, I don't think there's anybody else you'd rather have with 2 runners on base. And Chase Wilcox with the opportunity of the game to put Matsu back in position.
The Chinooks do have activity in their bullpen, but they're going to pitch to Wilcox, who has a walk and a double today, has scored 2 of the 3 Miners' runs, with a chance to get at least one back. And he'll rip one into right field down for a base hit. He has done it again. Rounding third, coming around to score is Baltz, and he will get there without a throw. The Miners get one back. Chase Wilcox, Mr. Clutch, where have you been all season?
Chase Wilcox with an incredible single into right field that time. Kwapnoski trying to catch up with it and get the throw off, but there was no stopping Blake Baltz from scoring on that play. What a great job by Wilcox. What a great job by the Miners to lead things off in the bottom half of the 5th. And it looks like Chugiak may be getting ready for a potential pitching change here.
I want to clarify, of course, that Chase Wilcox has been playing very well all season. He has been here all season long. He leads the the Miners in batting average, 4th in the ABL. I meant that more so in a specifically clutch way, because it seems like whenever the game, it's almost as though the game chooses him to be at the bat when these moments need a hero. He's up there a disproportionate amount of the time, and he has delivered seemingly every time he's had a chance to. An RBI single for Wilcox, his second hit of the day, 4th of the day for Matsu, and it will indeed be a pitching change. Looks as though it will be a lefty coming on to replace Jacob Hayes, as a very funky Jeopardy song remix is playing through the stadium loudspeaker. I think that's number 32.
If it is, that would, no, it can't be number 32 because Jacob Hayes is already out there. Yes.
Yeah, he's a short fellow. I saw him coming in from the bullpen. That's 24, which is about as far from 32 as you can
get. That is Aiden Collins, I believe.
Aiden Collins out of Evansville, Indiana, Quincyville University. Indeed, he is small in stature, the 5'9" lefty. He will be the first man to come out of the bullpen today across both games for Peninsula in a big situation for both teams.
Yeah, the left-handed pitcher out of Evansville, Indiana, plays for Quincy University, and this southpaw has seen a little bit of action this year for Chugiak. Thus far on the season for the Chinooks, we've seen Collins get a total of
2.13 ERA. This is his 8th appearance, all out of the bullpen. Sorry to talk over you, but I had the stats pulled up. He's got a 12 2/3 innings pitched and a 2.13 ERA. Allowed just 3 earned runs, struck out 13 and walked 8. Has allowed a home run and a double, but He has the best ERA on the team for anyone with over 6 innings of work, and he has been the best, most reliable reliever this season for Chugiak, so it makes sense they would put him in a situation like this. We saw last night the Chinooks leaving that reliever, Nolan Livesey, out to dry at the end of that game, basically throwing the game away, essentially, because they wanted to save their bullpen for today, for a situation like this. This is that moment, and Collins is the man who's gotten the call.
Yeah, we saw him against the Miners back on July 2nd with 2 2/3 innings pitched. He held the Miners scoreless in that tenure. But this is an entirely new situation against an offense that has gotten revved up as of late, and he's going to have to deal with Drake Kerr, the best bunter in the Alaska Baseball League, and a guy who can get on base time and time again if presented with the opportunity.
And I would be stunned if he did not try to lay down a bunt here. With runners on first and second, none out, this is about as perfect of a bunting scenario as you could draw up. With Bachia and Wilcox, 2 fast runners. Kerr, of course, fast as well. He has been thrown out twice trying to steal today, but his 16 steals still tower over anyone else on the Alaska Baseball League.
99 at-bats entering this game. He's now surpassed 100 on the season, leads the team with 26 hits.
And indeed, he will lay down a bunt that will roll foul. If he can lay one down fair, it will move the runners to second and third with 1 out, and Kyle McCausland and Christian Perez, 2 of the most terrifying power hitters on the team if you're a Chinooks fan, due up. A golden opportunity for the Miners to pull even with a 3-run inning.
That it is, and I say those stats to show you just how consistent Drake Kerr's been, especially in these spots. Hardly any other guy in the lineup that you'd rather go to.
That one was low. Kerr pulled it back, 1-1. Miners with 4 hits, 4 runs to wit.
You want to try to avoid a ground out if you're Drake Kerr in this spot.
That's a pop bunt that is going to be fair, fielded by the third baseman throwing on to get him. A sacrifice bunt, exactly what Drake Kerr needed to do, and executed to perfection. I got to wonder if that third baseman, Zulika, might have let that roll a little bit further. That could have gone foul, but he decided to take matters into his own hands, and the result will be second and third with 1 out. Kyle McCausland, who had a single back in the third to drive in Wilcox, now has a chance to get a couple more ribbies in a big spot here for Matsu.
We saw him get a clutch double yesterday against Chugiak that helped Matsu to that 4-3 victory. Maybe he's got something else here. Remember, he is the top extra base hitter on the team with 8 total.
7 doubles and a home run. He is the tying, or actually the go-ahead run here in the bottom of the 5th, the tying run in scoring position, as Collins and his catcher Eisenagel had to talk things over briefly. Umpire's going to clear some sand off a home plate, and we can resume. McCausland hit a sac fly in the first, so he's driven in 2 runs today already, and he can double that with a ball in play. Even a sac fly would get 1. That's going to be high.
Hear the Let's Go Miners chants radiating from the crowd here in Herman Brothers Field.
I think they should invest in some clown horns. Those who watched yesterday's game know what I'm talking about. 1-1. And again, missed. If McCausland draws a walk, it would bring up Christian Perez, who is 0 for 2 with the bases loaded, and Don Patrizzi, who has a double today after that. So a dangerous part of the order. Anyone could be the one to break this game open, and that's flied foul to the right side. 2-2 on the slugger out of Wellesley, Massachusetts.
Former NESCAC Player of the Year. He set so many program records at Middlebury back in 2023, and we have seen signs of that all throughout the season. This is a guy who doesn't play at D1, but it does seem like he plays at a D1 level, and he does it time and time again.
That was interesting there. The shortstop Dagenhart actually initiated that mound conference. He came in and talked to his pitcher before the catcher had even popped up. So he had something on his mind he wanted to tell Aiden Collins.
Yeah, you have to wonder what the shortstop was talking about in that spot. Dagenhart seemingly working as a leader of this infield and also trying to see what the pitcher wants in this spot. Probably trying to make sure that they can get that final out maybe if there's a ground out, where to go with the baseball.
2-2. The pitch. Did he go around? They
It's a
say
hit by pitch, I
that
think.
he hit him. See, the catcher is in disbelief. Dusty Eisenhagel saying that he went around. It looked like he did go around, but if the pitch hit him, it didn't matter. And indeed, that is what they're going to say, a hit by pitch. Manager Tim Cole of the Chinooks is out to talk with the home plate umpire. And I really hope we're not going to see some kind of idiotic review here. We've seen that a couple times already this season where the umpire will... We've literally seen them tell the player to roll up their sleeve so they can look at where the ball hit them, which is definitely not something you're allowed to do. Tim Cole is irate.
Yeah, he's not happy at all with that call. I think he thinks that McCausland went around before the ball actually made contact, or maybe he actually had the ball hit him off of the bat. But either way, McCausland's on to first, and all of a sudden, Matsu has the bases loaded with Christian Perez at the plate.
So Perez came through in a couple big spots yesterday. He has not had a hit today, although he did get a good, important walk in the first half of this doubleheader in the late stages of that game, and he takes ball one. He does have a home run this season at Herman Brothers Field.
Even a sac fly in this spot could help put a run on the board for Matsu.
Any ball that leaves the infield would score the speedy Bachia. The 1-0. That's a pop-up, and it will not leave the infield. The shortstop, Degenhart, has it, and that is, aside from a double play, and they're calling infield fly, just to clarify that, I guess, but aside from a double play, that's the worst possible thing the Miners could have asked for, a shallow pop-up by Perez, who's now 0 for 3. It will be up to Dom Patrizzi, a double in the second, a ground out in the fourth, to salvage something out of this inning. The Miners have already scored one, but they would love a couple more to even this game back up at 6, or possibly even more.
Remember, Dom does have 5 doubles on the year, which would be absolutely explosive at this juncture in the game. And right now, I think Matsu and especially Dom understands that you may not get a better chance than this to come back into this game. You have to make your opportunities count whenever they come to you.
1-0 from Collins is low, stopped by Eisenhagel.
Remember, he's very good at drawing walks as well. It was a walk that he drew that actually tied the game yesterday between Matsu and Chugiak.
The classic run batted in by standing there and watching. The RBIs seem to find him. He leads the ABL by a comfortable margin. And he's got a couple ripe for the taking here. The 2-0 from Collins, and that will also be outside. So one ball away from walking in a run here is Aiden Collins. Things starting to unravel a bit for Chugiak, a critical juncture for both teams.
And the depth of these bullpens is becoming a bigger and bigger thing late in this game. We've seen Matsu deploy their bullpen arms, and now Chugiak doing the same. Matsu may be starting to turn the tide in that argument.
The 3-0 skips in the dirt, and it gets away from Eisenhagel. That it would have scored a run anyway, as that is ball 4. I thought if Eisenhagel wasn't able to locate it, that could have been multiple runs, but Dom Patrizzi, for the second straight day, walks in a run. Bachia comes in to score, Wilcox to third, McCausland to second, and Dom to first. A base on balls, the first issued by Aiden Collins. Still with 2 outs, the Miners pull within 1. And it will be Kellen Strohmeyer with 2 away. 0 for 2, a pop fly and a ground out with a chance to even it up.
Yeah, you give Kellen an opportunity at the plate. He has delivered time and time again for Matsu in the past. He has been on an incredible streak as of late. Hasn't played a whole lot this week. But whenever he gets his chance, it always seems like he finds a way to deliver. And he has been great when it comes to ground balls through the holes in either left or right field.
That was nearly a hit by pitch or a wild pitch, both of which would have tied the game. Aiden Collins and Dusty Eisenhagel walking a tightrope here, with Strohmeyer trying to interject something of his own. He has not thrown a strike in a bit, Collins. And that trend continues, 2-0.
If he were to walk Strohmeyer here, that would tie the game, because Strohmeyer would then go on to first and Wilcox would come home. And all of a sudden, that would be 2 straight runs off of bases on balls for Matsu.
The lefty deals, and that is just in the corner of the zone. Strohmeyer not thrilled about it.
Yeah,
It's the first strike in a minute for Aiden Collins.
that was one of those close calls. Home plate umpire ruling it just caught the far corner of the zone. That's one that Kellen, I'm sure, didn't second guess at the time, but might in retrospect.
That also will find the zone. 2-2, a couple close ones. Collins gets the benefit of the doubt, and now the Miners down to their last strike in this inning. Bases loaded, 2 outs. Kellen Strohmeyer with a chance to tie the game at least, if not more. And a 2-2 is high. A gutsy take there by the Hawkeye.
Yes, it was. That was very, very close.
Living up to his collegiate moniker there.
Yeah, you got to have a very great viewpoint whenever you see that baseball coming in. You've got to have great recognition. Strohmeyer showed that, and he's awarded with a payoff pitch against Collins.
The 3-2. Runners go in the zone, strike 3. Strohmeyer goes down, and the Miners leave him loaded. They do score 2. A walk with the bases loaded, as well as a single, scores a pair of Miners to get this deficit to 1. But oh, what could have been? Let's hope the Miners will not rue the way that inning ended at the conclusion of today's game. We're on to the 6th. That'll be Dylan the rest of the way. You're watching Mat-Su Miners Baseball on YouTube.
Welcome back to Palmer, Alaska. Dylan Simmons and Charlie Fellows on the call with you. It is the top half of the 6th inning, and your Mat-Su Miners are in a close one with the Chugiak-Eagle Chinooks. Chinooks on top 6-5, but the Miners threatening after 2 runs in the bottom half of the 5th inning. Now it's up to the defense and Ashton Johnson to come through and keep Mat-Su in this game.
It'll be Jordan Jaffe, Jacob Hayes, Jaden Hill, the J trio for Chugiak.
Johnson with a high breaking ball. Count goes to 1-0. He had a little bit of trouble at the start of his appearance, but he has shored things up just a little bit, trying to keep that going. Drops in a low breaking ball. That's ball 2 in the dirt.
Jaffe has singled, walked, flied out in this game. Last batted in that 4th, along with everyone else on the Chinooks.
Part of that 5-run top of the 4th that has put Mat-Su in this hole to begin with. This is a liner that goes right into the glove of Bachia. What a catch! How about that on the pogo stick? Nick Bachia brings it down, showing his hops.
Now, I didn't know Pirates could jump quite like that. You get the boost off of a peg leg there. A lot of vertical distance there. We saw Dom Patrizzi, the other member of this infield that has been excellent with the glove this season, nearly get a spectacular catch last night. Bachia avenging him here today.
That'll send on the next man in the order for the Chinooks. Yeah, Ashton Johnson doing what he can to keep the Miners in their position. This is going to be a ground ball fouled. Count will go to 0-2.
Hayes a walk, a single, a fly out. Same as exact line as Jordan Jaffe. And here's hoping that continues.
So the count at 0-2. Hayes still working as the DH in this position. Despite starting as a pitcher, this is in the dirt. Count goes to 1-2 as the pitch was low by Johnson.
Ashton Johnson thus far allows just 1 hit, 1 strikeout, 1 walk, and no runs, despite coming very close in that 5th.
1-2 from Johnson, and that's outside for ball 2. Balt's able to bring it in. Matsu was down at one point by a score of 6-3 in this game, but they have mounted a comeback, scoring 2 runs in the bottom of the 5th, and now trying to overcome a deficit once again over the Chinooks. Pitch by Johnson is going to be away from the zone for ball 3, and the count goes full. Remember, Matsu came back from a 3-1 deficit yesterday in Chugiak to win that game, and now trying to do something similar here at home.
I believe this would be, well, no, they came back from down 4 against the Pilots earlier in the season, but this would be up there.
3-2, and that's going to be fouled off by Hayes. Just barely got a little bit of it. Count's going to stay full.
Definitely the most impressive comeback win of the season if they do it, if nothing else, because they only had 7 innings to mount the rally.
Yeah, and with how bad things were looking in the top of the 4th, the fact that they've clawed their way back into this game is a huge testament to the resilience that this Matsu Miners team possesses. Payoff pitch from Johnson. This is fouled back by Hayes to keep the count alive. He is doing what he can to keep the Chinooks in position, but the momentum has certainly flipped to a degree for Matsu, and they're trying to capitalize on that. 3-2 from Johnson. This is going to be popped up right side. Chasing after it is Wilcox, and he will make the catch for out 2.
Gotta love those foul outs, the lifeblood of a comeback effort. And we just got a little update in the chat that I cannot believe. Not only did the Pilots just win over the Peninsula Oilers, a no-hitter at Mulcahy Stadium by the pitching staff of the Anchorage Glacier Pilots. I'm going to look at that box score and see who those pitchers were.
So a no-hitter at Mulcahy. This one fouled and lands on top of the netting above our press box. Count goes to 0-1 as Jaden Hill makes his way to the plate. No-hitter by the Pilots, and that means that if Matsu were to win this game, they would take over second spot in the ABL standings. That pitch is low. Count goes to 1-1. Of course, regardless of what happens, like Charlie's talked about before, the game tomorrow would be for second in the ABL standings, so win or lose, Matsu's still going to be in a good spot.
Tyler Stewart, David Hefner, Drew Welk, Peyton Allen, 4 on the staff for the Glacier Pilots, combined for 10 Ks, just 1 walk.
This ball is popped up right side once again. Wilcox once again camping under it and making the catch once again. That's out 3. And Matsu disposes of Chugiak in the top half of the 6th with some effective defense and solid pitching by Ashton Johnson. And the Miners will try to complete the comeback in the bottom half of the 6th when we come back. You're watching Matsu Miners Baseball on YouTube. Don't go anywhere. right, welcome back to Palmer, Alaska. Dylan Simmons and Charlie Fellows on the call. It is now the bottom half of the 6th inning, and your Mat-Su Miners are closing in on an improbable comeback against the Chugiak-Eagle Chinooks. And, you know, I say improbable, but with Mat-Su, sometimes things almost feel inevitable. Ryan Cochran to the plate to lead off for the Miners, followed by Blake Baltz and Nick Bachia, 7-8-9 against Aiden Collins. This pitch is low for ball 1.
Cochran 0 for 2, a ground out and a fly out. Just to tie the bow on that Pilots game, there was a walk, a hit by pitch, and an error. Those are the only 3 base runners the Peninsula Oilers were able to muster all game long. The Pilots have a very strong pitching staff. They very much struggle to hit, which is evidenced by the fact that they won that game 1-0. But definitely a welcome contribution from them. And if the Miners can complete this rally, it could be the perfect storm for Mat-Su tomorrow.
And that pitch is low for ball 3. Ryan Cochran on the verge of forcing a leadoff walk against Aiden Collins. And that big news out of Anchorage, music to the ears of the Miners, putting them in prime position. The 3-1. And that breaking ball just finds the zone. Able to put it in the middle that time was Collins. Count goes to 3-2. Payoff pitch on the way for Cochran. Playing as the shortstop in this game. Collins working fast, and that's outside for ball 4. Ryan Cochran forcing a leadoff walk. He makes his way to first base, and the Miners are cooking up something once again.
That is a gutsy take there by Ryan Cochran. We've seen that be called a strike a couple times in this game, but he gets the call right there. The 4th walk issued by the combo of Hayes and Collins, and it's rally time. And you know who that means.
Blake Baltz to the plate for Mat-Su.
We need to come up with a nickname for him, I reckon.
I'd say Mr. Hollywood, since he comes from Los Angeles, and it's about to be lights, camera, action for him. Pitch on the way, bunt shown. That is high for ball 1. Baltz tried to make the bunt happen, but pitch was too high for him to handle.
I don't know if I'd call bunting the most Hollywood play there, but it is probably the best play.
It is the smart play, the high IQ play. And there are some very smart folks who live out in the LA area. Here's a bunt laid down by Baltz. Throw to second is going to be in time to take care of Cochran. So they get the runner at second, but Baltz advances to first on a fielder's choice. But a tough play for Mat-Su, not what Baltz was hoping for.
Yeah, that was really unfortunate. That's the first time we've seen all day the Chinooks successfully deal with a sacrifice bunt. That was laid down a little bit too strong there by Baltz. Collins was able to come up with it, throw it over to second. An excellent defensive play by the Chinooks, and an unfortunate sequence there. Baltz, of course, still on the base path, so it wasn't a double play or anything, but not ideal.
Bachia watches this pitch come in low for ball 1. He's already had 1 game-tying swing today, that coming in the first game to bring it to 2-2. That massive home run, his first of the season. And if he could do it again, it would be a moment of moments.
He also came in to score when Patrizzi walked an inning ago.
Fouls this one off.
So he always seems to find himself at the center of the action.
And that's what Nick Bachia has been hoping for all year long, to be a guy who could make a difference. And he certainly has today. Entered this game with 55 at-bats, 12 hits, a .218 average, and a .306 on-base percentage. 1-1. This is a fly ball into right that is going to be caught by Sam Kwapnoski for out 2. Looked like it might drop in, but it did not.
Yeah, just off the end of the bat, got under that a little bit less, and that definitely would have dropped down for a base hit. A couple of close calls here, but the ultimate silver lining, going to try and salvage this frame.
Chase Wilcox making his way to the plate. A leadoff hitter for this game. And he has been so big for Mat-Su time and time again. He's found a way to come up clutch. And if he could make it happen with 2 outs, he'd have a chance to tie this game. This is the part of the order that Aiden Collins has to be very careful with. Mat-Su is knocking at the door of tying this thing up.
Wilcox has walked, doubled, singled, scored 2 runs, made it to third another time.
The man with the best on-base percentage in the Alaska Baseball League. That guy right there, Chase Wilcox, watches this pitch come in high for ball 1.
with Drake Kerr due up next. This is a duo at the top of the lineup for Mat-Su that knows how to get on base, which is exactly what you want at this part of the order.
This is going to be off the end of the bat of Wilcox and foul towards the left side. Count goes to 1-1. Mat-Su trying to win their 5th consecutive game of the season. That would be the first time they've done that all year long. They could get to 17-13 overall through 30 games.
And PA announcer Wolfgang Winter just trying to rile up the crowd there. I don't think I've heard him do that so far this season.
He understands that special times call for special measures. Count goes to 2-1 as Wilcox watches it come in low. The more the crowd is into it, the more that it may help the Miners to find that missing piece here late. And that's a strike. Count goes to 2-2 as Wilcox watched it go by.
Yeah, that was very low, but just found the bottom of the zone. Collins finds his spot, and a big conversion here. Chase Wilcox has not made an out so far in this second leg of the doubleheader.
What does Chase Wilcox have in store? This is a fly ball into right field, back towards the wall. Klopnowski looking for it, and he cannot get to it. Balta's coming around to third. The throw is never going to be able to make it in time. Balta's going to score. Mat-Su's tied it. Wilcox on to third. He's in with a triple, and Mat-Su ties it up in dramatic fashion. What a dramatic play by Wilcox. What an answer by Mat-Su.
Yeah, I don't even know what to say at this point. We have not seen anything like this season with a guy on a tear like this. He's now a home run away from the cycle. 3 for 3 with a walk and the tying RBI. CW, clutch as ever today.
Chase Wilcox answering the call. Yesterday pregame, he wore a Dr. Dre shirt to our pregame interview, and he is absolutely embodying the spirit that Dre would look like. Here's a drive into right center that's going to bring in a run, and Mat-Su's got the lead. Dre Kerr with an RBI single, and the Miners have come all the way back to take the advantage.
And I told you about these guys knowing how to get on base. I meant it in the form of bunting, walking, getting hit by pitches, that sort of thing. But a couple of massive hits, the first allowed by Aiden Collins all game. I was stunned speechless by that triple by Wilcox, but this was just a Drake Kerr doing what Drake Kerr does. The Miners have done it. They leave the bases loaded, doesn't matter. That only seems to have woken them up.
This Mat-Su Miners offense has now scored 4 runs over the last 2 innings as Kyle McCausland comes to the plate. And that pitch is going to be in the zone. Count goes to 0-1 to momentarily stop the onslaught.
So once again, for those out there, if the game ended right now, the Miners would be second in the ABL, a half game up on Peninsula.
This game only going 7 innings, the second half of our doubleheader.
And
McCausland
now,
watches it go by for strike 2.
The bottom of the 7th might not even need to be played if we assume Drew Kennan in the 7th is able to complete his 6th save of the season.
Currently warming up in the bullpen. This pitch outside for ball 1. Eisenagel able to keep it in front of him. And Kyle McCausland trying to get a little bit of insurance for Mat-Su. They came into this inning down 1. They now have a 1-run lead.
Come on, give one a ride, Kyle. Acquire some insurance.
Here is a ball that's popped up. Kerr was trying to go on to second, and he will have to head back after the foul ball.
My voice is not deep or, typical broadcast-like enough to do a Don Orsillo impression, but we need some insurance. Never been less insured.
Mat-Su desperately does need some insurance in this spot to put this one potentially on ice, and McCausland may just be the man for the job. 1-2. This is another foul ball. Back it goes towards the concourse. Count staying at 1-2.
McCausland came into this game, as we see Miner Magic in the chat. I 100% agree. The Valley has been rallied. But as I was saying, McCausland 230 coming into this game. 7 doubles, a home run, 11 runs batted in. And actually now it's up to 13, considering the 2 he's already got in this game. 330 slugging, 310 on base.
1-2 count. Here's a ground ball up the middle to second, and that will be... No, it's not out, number 3. The ball was bobbled by the shortstop. Kerr safe at second. What a turn of events.
That was an E6, but that was definitely the second baseman's fault. He could have just stepped on the bag and ended the inning, but he inexplicably decided to throw it. Had a bit of a brain fart there, and it gives the Miners a second lease on life. The Chinooks defense comes back to bite him at the worst possible time.
Oliver Dagenhart and the second baseman, Shane Steffen, both there at the bag, and the handoff just wasn't good that time.
That being said, the shortstop, if he had Dagenhart gotten that in his glove, that would have been out number 3, but he shouldn't have even have to do that.
Seemed like all but a foregone conclusion that it would indeed be an out, but instead Kerr able to make it to second.
And part of that, too, is Drake Kerr for even being there. He was so quick to second base that he disrupted that.
That's why you never give up on a play. Christian Perez with a swing and a miss, count going to 0-2.
So far today, we've seen 2 dropped pop flies. We've seen that. We've seen catcher pass balls and all sorts of wacky stuff, but it has come out Miners' way so far.
Runners go. Here's a throw to second, and boy, this is going to be tough for McCausland. He's going to have to find a way out as Kurt comes home, and he's out. Did he call him safe? No, he called him safe. My apologies. He got there in time. How in the world did he make it to give Mat-Su the 8-6 lead?
Oh, they fell for the oldest trick in the book. I just feel bad at this point. McCausland takes off with the intent of getting caught in a rundown. That was the entire reason he was standing over there. And the catcher, Eisenagel, didn't get that memo. He threw down, and the delayed double steal, Drake Kerr had rehearsed that, I'm sure. He took off for home. The head coach of the Chinooks is arguing with the umpire, saying that they took off too late. But that looked like a textbook delayed steal to me. Kerr makes him pay. It's 8-6. And the Miners just outsmarting the Chinooks at this point.
My apologies, folks. I thought that the home plate umpire had called him out.
I understand. I mean, he was...
Shake his
that
fist.
Throw beat him, but that was an excellent slide. I didn't even mention that. McCausland able to salvage that. Or, excuse me, Kerr able to salvage that.
Count goes to 1-2. Perez fouls this into the cage. It'll bounce off, keeping the count the same. It was at such an awkward angle for myself that I couldn't exactly tell what he was trying to signal, and I just saw him pump his fist and thought he meant out.
He did a brief safe signal, and then he pointed at the bag, saying that he beat out the tag.
1-2 count and a swing and a miss by Perez, but will the throw make it in time? Here it is, and it does indeed get there. But what a dramatic bottom half of the 6th inning. Mat-Su puts 3 runs on the board. They have an 8-6 lead over the Chugiak-Eagle Chinooks, and they are 1/2 inning away defensively from clinching win number 5 in a row and doing it here at home. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. You're watching Mat-Su Miners Baseball on YouTube. Welcome back to Palmer, Alaska. Dylan Simmons and Charlie Fellows on the call, and the Mat-Su Miners are 3 outs away from clinching win number 5 in a row as Drew Kennan, the chess master, makes his way to the mound trying to seal this one up.
The chess master out of Dartmouth, an avid player of the game that he draws his nickname from, his 12th appearance of the season, looking for his 6th save. He's thrown 12 innings, allowed 4 hits, 4 walks, 0 earned runs, and 12 strikeouts. He does have a 0-1 record, which I like to bring up every time he comes on, thanks to the extra innings sudden death rule, where he did not give up a run down in Kenai, but got the loss for it anyway. However, other than that, though, he has been perfect, and even he was perfect in that instance as well. Has not allowed a run so far this season, and if he doesn't break that curse here, it'll be 5 straight wins for Matsu.
Brady Groves coming to the mound for Chugiak, and Drew Kennan trying to do what he does best, making his Matsu leading 12th appearance on the bump this year, and his first pitch is a strike.
He is the leader in saves in the ABL with 5, and he can extend that right here.
0-1 count. That's a breaking ball. They can't quite find the mark. It's ball number 1.
I thought either that was in the zone or he'd swung, but neither.
So Kennan will have to try it again with the 1-1 pitch. Low ball, and this one is going to fly in the air. Foul ball that will bring the count to 1-2.
Groves has struck out, singled, and hit into a fielder's choice.
The 1-2 by Kennan. This is another foul ball over the right side, keeping the count at 1 ball and 2 strikes.
You remember Kennan was the victim of a couple baffling ball strike calls last night, but didn't faze him.
The 1-2, off speed this time, a little high for ball number 2.
To all 45 of you still in the chat, we appreciate you. Anybody out on the East Coast, happy 12:39 a.m. So glad you could pull through with us.
It's been an exciting day, and Drew Kennan adding to that excitement with a strikeout to start things off in the top of the 7th.
That is strikeout number 8 for the Matsu Miners. Hadenbach had 6. Since then, there have only been 2, but it has been the same story. You know, they had that run back in the second, but it was one problem inning. They scored a bunch of runs, and then they never scored again, and the Miners came back. Like, you know, the script writers are just lazy at this point. I don't know what's going on.
We have certainly seen this script before for Matsu, and they are taking full advantage of it once again. This ball has popped up into the foul ground. Chasing after it is Baltz, and he will make the catch near the gravel for out 2.
Foul out. That is the first time Eisenagel has made an out all day. He had walked 3 times, and that is definitely a sign of good things on the horizon. Just Sam Kwapniowski, who is 1 for 2, a single, a flyout, and a walk. The last hope for Chugiak, a game they once led 6-3. They now trail by 2.
As Kwapniowski comes to the plate, Matsu 1 out away from victory. Drew Kennan trying to do what he's done so many times for the Miners. Remember, folks, he has not given up an earned run all season long. He has been picture perfect each and every time. 1-0 count here. This pitch comes in for a 1-1. Got him on the looking strike.
The game of chess going the way of the Grandmaster here.
The 1-1 for Kennan. This is foul back. Count goes to 1-2.
You could say this is now his final gambit.
Let's see if he can put this game on ice against Kwapniowski. The 1-2 pitch is high for ball 2, just upstairs. Balt's able to bring it in. He's been a great catcher today for Matsu on so many different occasions. Now the 2-2, swing and a miss. Checkmate for Drew Kennan, and that will end the game. The Matsu Miners pick up an 8-6 win over the Chugiak-Eagle Chinooks. They have won 5 consecutive games for the first time this season. And for the first time this season as well, they win both games of a doubleheader. What an effort by Matsu to win this one.
Back into second in the ABL as well now. It's official. The Oilers have lost. The Miners win too. They are up to now 17-13, a half game ahead of the 16-13 Oilers for second place. And, you know, Dylan, I feel like I say this every time lately, but they keep on finding new ways to win. This was a new one. They were down by a lot. They had, you know, definitely some help by the defense on the side of the Chugiak-Eagle River Chinooks, but they took advantage of those opportunities. They got hits when it mattered most. Chase Wilcox showed up to the field today, which was enough for them in that regard. And, you know, I don't know how they continue to amaze us, but they do.
This Matsu team today was both hotter than the sun and colder than a glacier, and they found their way to victory through persistence, perseverance, and a never-give-up attitude. And that's how you get the job done. To me, this is a team that is starting to show a championship standard, and it couldn't be happening at a better time. That's going to do it for game number 2, but don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be right back for a post-game interview with a couple of your Matsu Miners, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. You're watching Miners Baseball on YouTube. All right, everybody, welcome back to Matsu Miners Baseball on YouTube, and a joyous evening for the Miners. They win both games, their doubleheader, and we are delighted to be joined by Mr. Ty LeBrun. And, Coach, I think that was about as good as you could ask for towards the end, able to get that victory.
That was some of the better baseball we played at the back end of that game. I thought we took better at-bats. Their guy threw it well late. That lefty's pretty dang good, and I thought we took some really good at-bats. Chase was huge. That was a huge knock for us. But, yeah, I love the fight from the guys. They never gave up tonight.
Yeah, and I want to ask you a bit more about Chase. He's been so good as of late with his ability to come up with clutch hits. What makes this guy so good down the stretch for you?
He has a great approach at the plate. He understands what he's trying to do, and I think he's a high baseball IQ guy.
Yeah.
So he's processing through an at-bat on what he might get or what he's looking for. When you're seeing it well, like he is right now, things are going well. And I couldn't be more proud of him. He had a great day for us. At the plate and on the bases. I mean, he swept 2 or 3 bags for us today, too. So he can kind of do it all. He puts a lot of pressure on defenses.
Now, I want to ask you about when you guys were down 6-3 in that second game, what kind of perseverance and determination did you see from your team to come back into that game?
Never give up. They just kept fighting, man. Our pitching staff wasn't as sharp as they've been, but they got the job done for us. And our offense really picked up the pitchers today. And we haven't done that a lot this year, so it's good to see from our offensive side. But, yeah, just they never stopped fighting.
Well, Coach, you guys have won 5 games in a row for the first time this season. I think the team's looking as good as they have all year long. What kind of development are you seeing from your team going into the last part of the season?
I mean, we just got to keep grinding. This is the toughest stretch we have. I think we're playing 9 games in 8 days or whatever it is. So is get back on the horse tomorrow, and we're back here, which is nice. But just keep doing what we're doing. Don't change anything. Keep getting your work in and come out and competing. That's what we did well tonight.
All right, love it, Coach. Thank you so much, and we'll see you later.
Thanks, guys.
That is head coach Ty LeBrun for our first of our 2 interviews, coming in to talk about the 2 wins for Matsu in the doubleheader today. And like you mentioned, they looked good all the way through, able to bring it home and show some incredible tenacity late. We will soon be joined by Chase Wilcox, who is the player of the game for Matsu, and for good reason. He has been sensational as of late. Come on in here, Chase. About to put on the headset, and we'll get to have a brief talk with him. So, first of all, congratulations on an awesome game. Really an awesome couple of games today. You absolutely showed out.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, so let's talk about what's been going right for you as of late, because I talked to you, or Charlie talked to you a few days ago, and we talked about that incredible walk-off RBI double against the Bucks, but you've really carried that over throughout the rest of the week. So what's been going right for you, man?
I think it's just been being aggressive at the plate. Sometimes I'm too patient, and then that's when I get to in 2 strike counts, and then I have to hit a pitcher's pitch. So, just attacking in 0-0, 1-0 counts, and hitting the pitch I want to hit.
And I remember you talking to Charlie about how this offense could get better in time, and something you mentioned was making sure to convert when runners were on base, and it seems like in this game especially that you guys were able to do that time and time again. Can you talk a little bit about what you saw from the offense from that perspective and how they were able to get better in that sense?
Yeah, I think it's just kind of what I said in last interview, putting balls in play and putting pressure on the defense to make a play. They make an error, and then if we're able to steal a bag and then get a base hit after that, there's 1 run right there, and then we keep it rolling. And I think we saw a lot of that tonight. A lot of stolen bases, a lot of balls in play, and, you saw what happened, put up 8 runs.
Well, I asked Ty about this, but when you guys were down 6-3 in that game, you showed a lot of perseverance, a lot of determination to come back. You didn't let the deficit get to you guys. What kind of determination did you see from your team, and what did they show you?
Yeah, we've been in this situation all year, being down late in games and plenty of comeback wins, so no one was stressing, no one was worried. We just knew, one batter at a time, kind of keep the line moving attitude out of the team in those late innings.
All right, looking forward to the next one, Chase. Congratulations and good job on the victory tonight.
Thank you so much.
All right, that is Chase Wilcox for the Matsu Miners, doing a sensational job as always. He has been in fuego as of late, and can't wait to see more of that in the future for your Matsu Miners. But as for tonight, that is going to do it. Miners win 8-6 in Game 2 of the doubleheader. They are now 17-13 on the season, and now officially they are second in the Alaska Baseball League standings. They will play the Peninsula Oilers tomorrow to retain that spot, so make sure to check that out at 4 o'clock Alaska time, 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Central. As for tonight, that is going to do it. So for Charlie Phillips,